Reiki Level 1, an introduction to Reiki energy. We are all born with the power to heal ourselves. Our bodies are in a constant state of maintaining balance. Reiki is the energy that connects our higher self with everything around us. In the past, our ancestors had an innate wisdom that they used to heal themselves and maintain vitality. Over time, with our focus shifting to external matters, we have lost the ability to clearly see within. Reiki is a bridge between the ancient traditions of healing and the modern-day scientific model. The Buddhist proverb, "When a student is ready, the teacher appears," is often true in the case of Reiki. You may have found this course at just the perfect time in your life. Reiki is the intelligent life force that connects us to what we need. All living things are infused with energy. As a species, we have been fascinated by this energy and the power it has over every being. This energy goes by many names, such as Ki, Chi, Prana, and Soul. From the time we are conceived, this energy permeates our bodies. Science has confirmed the presence of this energy, and using tools such as Kirlian photography, developed in the late 1930s, can capture visual proof. With this understanding, many disciplines have been developed to balance this energy. Reiki, Qigong, Tai Chi, meditation, yoga, and Feng Shui are just a few of the many ways individuals can enhance the flow of this energy. Here are 5 examples of things you can do to enhance your energy. Ingest food and drink that provide your body with nutrients. Create habits that help maintain a clear state of mind. Spend time outdoors, focusing on your breath. Meditate. Create positive mental patterns to help you process life. Our potential is tremendous, but in order to become the powerful beings we were meant to be, we need to change our focus. Reiki is not only a tool for physical healing, but mental and spiritual growth as well. Performing and practicing the art of Reiki will help you to lead a more gratifying life. Reiki is a gift that is given to each and every one of us. By opening your mind to this energy, you will be more capable of seeing the synchronicity in your life and be able to let your life flow. You already have access to this amazing life force and use it. You just may not realize it. We use Reiki energy instinctively. When we were children and were hurt, we were soothed by our mother's caring touch. A symbolic kiss to make it better actually did by sending healing Reiki energy to the wounded area. We naturally hold and protect areas that we have injured, and in doing so, are also drawing in Reiki energy to those parts to help them recover. This energy is plentiful and is available to everyone. There is no one person who holds the rights to this energy. Reiki is not trademarked or patented. The only thing you need to access Reiki energy is the motivation to align yourself to it. This concludes Reiki Level 1, Introduction to Reiki Energy. Reiki Course Guide. Welcome. My name is Lisa Powers and I am your teacher. I am honored to be working with you and am excited for the journey you are about to embark on. In this course, you will receive lifetime access to the complete curriculum for Usui, Reiki Levels 1, 2, and Master Level. You will also receive manuals for all 3 levels, distance Reiki Attunements for all levels, a traditional certificate from me in PDF, in addition to the certificate you will receive from Udemy. You will have access to a very active Reiki community, both in Udemy and on Facebook, and ongoing support from myself. Throughout the course, you will be invited to discuss course topics. If you have any questions, please ask. You can use the general discussion area or message me privately with any questions you have. In your manuals, as well as in the student area at www.onlinereikicourse.com, you will find links to videos and audio components. Depending on what type of device you are using, as well as the platform, web browser versus app, will determine how you access these links. You will be required to practice the Reiki techniques explained in this course. These techniques can be used on any willing friend, family member, or pet. There are activities throughout this course that ask you to research online various concepts and topics. There are assignments in this course. They include reflections from your practice sessions with friends and family, and will help ensure you understand the Reiki techniques and system. If you choose, you can post your responses in our discussion area, or our Facebook group, or message me privately. There are quizzes located in this course as well. In the past, students using iPads have had difficulties viewing the quizzes. Udemy is constantly working to improve compatibility, but if you cannot see the quizzes, you will want to try a different device. To begin, you will want to click on each lecture and watch the video. The manuals will provide you with a written transcript of the lectures that you can download and refer back to at your convenience. Be sure to visit our student area at www.onlinereikicourse.com. Password is Reiki Rocks to see additional resources. This course is constantly being added to, so please check back regularly. Take the time that you need to thoroughly absorb the information. If you need to revisit a topic, feel free to do so. This course can have a hugely positive impact on your life. Allow it. I'm looking forward to working with you in warmth. Frequently asked questions. I hope you all know that it's very important to me that all of your questions are answered and that you feel supported as you work through the course and beyond. Because our course has so many active students, here are some guidelines to ensure your questions are answered in a timely manner. Please do not use Facebook, as I'm finding that messages are getting filtered and lost there. If you have a course question, please post it in the course discussion area. That way, if someone else has a similar question, everyone benefits. Please do not ask new questions in your replies in the discussion area that you wish me to respond to. If you are in a conversation with a fellow student, feel free to use the discussion post as a way to converse. However, if you have a question for me, Lisa, please start a new discussion thread. This will ensure I can clearly see your question and answer it as fast as I can. You will want to scan the green circles beside the lectures, or look at the bottom of the course screen, which will say you have completed a certain number of lectures out of the total number of lectures. If you see any green circles that are not filled or half filled, click on that lecture and enter it. At the bottom right-hand side of the video, you should see a check mark that you can toggle to manually mark that lecture as complete. Please keep in mind that your Udemy username is what will automatically populate your Udemy certificate. Before you click on your trophy icon, you will want to make sure your username is how you would like to see your name on your certificate. You can change your username by clicking on the arrow to the right of your profile image at the top right-hand corner of the course. Then, click on the pencil to the right of your profile image to edit your profile. I'm catching you at the start of the course with this question so that you can change your profile name before you retrieve your certificate. If I find the same questions are being asked, I will add to the supplementary resource section in this lecture with links that will help. Please visit the download area to see the various links. I'm happy to be working with you. Reiki Level 1. How Reiki works. Although Reiki has traditionally been used as a healing system, it is extremely effective as a way to help individuals increase awareness, insight, wisdom, and personal growth. Our bodies are energetic in nature. Our bones resonate at lower frequencies, while our blood, thoughts, etc. vibrate at higher frequencies. This magnetic pulse is known as a biomagnetic field. In Eastern traditions, this pulse is known as ki or prana. It is interesting to note that scientists have found that measuring the magnetic fields of the body often provide a more accurate indication of what is happening in the body than traditional electrical measurements. When a practitioner is performing a healing session, the energy that emanates from their hands produces a significantly larger biomagnetic reading, 7 to 10 Hz, theta and alpha range, than a non-practitioner. These frequencies are associated with physical healing. Contentment, relaxation, decreased feelings of stress, fear, and anxiety, as well as a reduction, and in some cases elimination of physical illnesses and persistent conditions, are common observations from clients after a Reiki session. There are countless case studies and anecdotal research verifying the effects of Reiki sessions. Entrainment is the tendency for two oscillating bodies to lock into phase so that they vibrate in harmony. In 1665, Dutch physicist and scientist Christian Huygens found that when he placed two clocks with pendulums on a wall close to each other and swung the pendulums at different rates, eventually they would end up swinging in sync at the exact same rate. Huygens realized that this concept applied to not just pendulum clocks, but as a basic law of physics. During a Reiki session, the practitioner places their hands on or just above a client's body. The practitioner conducts universal energy from their arms and out through their hands where it flows into the client's body. When a practitioner and client come together, they are the two oscillating objects discussed in the definition of entrainment. Every cell in our body and every atom in the universe is in a constant state of vibration. The tendency for two objects is to lock into phase so that they vibrate in harmony. In most cases, the weaker of the two oscillating objects will have a tendency to adjust to the stronger vibration. In a Reiki session, the practitioner does not rely on their own personal energy. Rather, they are conduits for focusing the energy from the world around them. We are born with the innate intelligence of Reiki, and it illuminates our body-mind, stimulating balance and growth. Over time, however, habits and choices that do not serve our highest good can stifle that flow of energy, resulting in a loss of vitality and eventually imbalance. What sets Reiki apart from other forms of touch therapy are the attunements that the practitioner receives. These attunements open the channels in an individual so that they are in direct contact with universal life force. After an attunement, these channels are open forever. In Reiki Level 1, 4 attunements are given. Reiki's Level 2 and 3 have 1 attunement each. Reiki does not create new abilities in a practitioner. Instead, it reveals abilities that they already have. Like plugging a lamp into an outlet that already has electricity, Reiki helps the practitioner make the connection. Like turning on the lamp, all the practitioner needs to do is activate the energy by placing their hands on themselves or others, or visualizing doing so. Reiki Level 1 focuses on the health of the practitioner. After this level, individuals can heal themselves, as well as others who are physically present. It takes 3 to 4 weeks to adjust to the initial attunements. Individuals may find shifts occur in their dreams, energy levels, or experience minor detoxification symptoms. The practitioner will feel well as they shift through the changes that occur as a result of more energy entering their aura and chakras. At times of discomfort, the practitioner may find that performing a Reiki session, either on themselves or others, will help to balance the energy. It is recommended that, especially in the first month after an attunement, that the Reiki practitioner performs Reiki sessions on themselves and others daily. Although there are many modalities that have been developed to stimulate the flow of energy within a body-mind, in comparison, Reiki is easy to learn and practice. It is also a modality that benefits the practitioner as well as the recipient and can be used as an extremely effective tool for personal growth as well as healing on all levels. This concludes Reiki Level 1, How Reiki Works. Reiki Level 1, The History of Reiki and Dr. Mikao Usui. When word of mouth is used to pass on traditions and historical information, it tends to be adapted. Although Mikao Usui is credited as the founder of Reiki, it is widely thought that this form of healing has been around for centuries and that Usui rediscovered this art in the late 1800s. Mikao Usui was born on August 15, 1865. At a very early age, Usui entered a Tendai Buddhist school near Mount Kurama. Usui was known for his gentle character and his honest and candid mannerisms. Usui enjoyed learning and reading and explored a variety of topics, including medical science, religion, divination, history, and psychology. Usui traveled to Europe, America, and studied in China. Usui also studied Gikko, the Japanese version of Qigong. Usui noted that the healing techniques he was learning depleted the energy of the practitioner, and he wondered if it was possible to heal without using the energy of the practitioner. In March 1922, Usui was having difficulties in his business and personal life, and enrolled in a 21-day training course sponsored by the Tendai Buddhist Temple located near Mount Kurama. Fasting, meditation, chanting, and prayers were a likely part of the practice. There is a small waterfall on Mount Kurama where people stand under to meditate. This practice is believed to activate the crown chakra. Japanese Reiki masters think that Usui may have used this meditation as part of his practice. It was during this training that Reiki energy entered Usui's crown chakra. He became aware of his ability to use this life force to heal himself and others with immediate results. Usui wanted to share this gift with others and moved to Tokyo in April 1922, establishing a center where Reiki was taught and given to the public. Usui called his system of healing Usui Reiki Ryoho. In 1923, the Kanto earthquake hit Tokyo with an estimated 140,000 people dying and the city in ruins. Usui performed Reiki on as many individuals as he could and began training other teachers. It was also at this time that he developed methods including a more formal attunement process. Usui traveled to share Reiki to places such as Kure, Hiroshima, Saga, and Fukuyama. At an inn where Usui stayed while traveling, he suffered a stroke and passed away March 9, 1926. It is believed that his grave is at a temple in Suganami, Tokyo, although some claim that his ashes are located elsewhere. After Usui died, his students erected a memorial stone next to his gravestone. Contrary to what has been told in the West, there is no lineage bearer or Grand Master of the organization started by Usui. It is estimated that Usui taught over 2,000 students and initiated 20 teachers. This concludes Reiki Level 1, The History of Reiki and Dr. Mikao Usui. Reiki Level 1, The Legend of Dr. Usui and History of Dr. Hayashi and Madame Takata. The information you are about to hear regarding Dr. Usui is what was passed down from Madame Takata. Any information that has since been disproved through research has been excluded. Mikao Usui was born into a family that had been practicing Zen Buddhism for 11 generations. During his youth, Usui developed a fascination with Western culture. After leaving school, Usui studied allopathic medicine with several Western allopathic physicians. Usui became ill when a cholera epidemic spread through Tokyo. During his time in the hospital, Usui was close to death and had a spiritual experience. This inspired Usui to study the ancient teachings of his ancestors. Usui joined a Zen monastery and began reading ancient Sanskrit and sutras. After many years of study, Usui found references to an ancient form of healing. Further study revealed methods, formulas, and symbols that detailed exactly how to practice and master this art of hands-on healing. However, although he had the technical knowledge to practice healing, he lacked the wisdom to turn the teachings into reality. Usui decided to seek out the missing piece through meditation. Taking leave from the monastery, Usui went up Mount Kurama. When he reached the top, he picked up 21 pebbles and placed them in front of himself. He sat down and began his meditation. Each day, he threw away one pebble. For 21 days, he prayed, meditated, sang, and read the sutras. On the last day as he prayed, he asked to be shown the light. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the sky and came rapidly towards him, hitting him on his forehead, at the third eye chakra. Usui was knocked unconscious, and in this altered state saw a vision of the same symbols he had found in the sutras. When Usui regained consciousness, he returned down the mountain. On his descent, he stubbed and cut his toe, and he instinctively placed his hand on the toe, and the bleeding and pain stopped immediately. At a nearby village, he stopped to eat and rest. He was able to eat a healthy meal without any stomach pain despite his fasting. The girl who served Usui the meal was suffering from a toothache. Usui asked if he could place his hands on her swollen face. She agreed, and he was able to ease the swelling and pain. Usui returned to the monastery and found his friend, the abbot, in bed suffering from severe arthritis. Again, Usui was able to relieve the pain. Usui called this gift Reiki, the Japanese word for universal life force. These experiences became known as the Four Miracles. The abbot advised Usui to take Reiki into the slums of Kyoto to heal the beggars. Usui spent time performing Reiki in the hopes of helping the beggars heal and gain employment, but he found them returning to him with the excuses that it was easier to beg. Usui had forgotten a basic doctrine. He was reminded that healing the body as well as the spirit and mind is crucial. Usui retreated to meditate once again. This time, he received the 5 principles of Reiki. The rest of Usui's life was spent healing, teaching, and developing the Usui Shiki Ryoho method of healing. Reiki was created by Usui to have no dogma or religious beliefs attached to it. This made Reiki universal. Chujiro Hayashi was a physician and retired Marine commander. Before Usui died, he asked Hayashi to open his own Reiki clinic and to expand and develop Reiki Ryoho based on his previous experience as a medical doctor in the Navy. Hayashi opened a school and clinic, and after Usui passed away, Hayashi left the Reiki Society founded by Usui. At Hayashi's clinic, careful records were kept of all the illnesses and conditions that were addressed. He also made notes of which Reiki hand positions worked best to treat various ailments. Based on these records and notes, Hayashi wrote the Reiki Ryoho Shinshin, translated Guidelines for Reiki Healing Method. This guide was part of the class manual Hayashi gave to his students. Hayashi altered the way Reiki sessions were given. Rather than having the client seated in a chair and treated by one practitioner as Usui had done, Hayashi had the client lie on a treatment table and receive treatment from several practitioners at the same time. Hayashi also created a new system for giving attunements. In addition, he developed a brand new method of teaching Reiki that he used when traveling. In this method, he taught both Reiki 1 and 2 together in one 5-day seminar. Each day included 2 to 3 hours of instruction and 1 attunement. Hayashi traveled to Hawaii in 1937 prior to the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, and was asked by the Japanese military to provide information about the location of warehouses and other military targets in Honolulu. He refused to do so and was declared a traitor. Hayashi performed seppuku, ritual suicide, in response to the disgrace that his family faced in light of his decision. Hayashi died on May 11, 1940. Mrs. Hawayo Takata brought Reiki from Japan to the West in 1937 and continued to practice and teach until she passed away in 1980. This is a summary of Mrs. Hawayo Takata's version of her years leading up to her contact with Reiki at the Hayashi Clinic. Takata stated that she was born on December 24, 1900 on the island of Kauai, Hawaii. Her parents were Japanese immigrants and her father worked in the sugarcane fields. Takata married a bookkeeper of the plantation where she was employed and they had 2 daughters. On October 1930, her husband died at the age of 34. After 5 years of long hours of labor to support her family, Takata developed severe abdominal pain and a lung condition and had a nervous breakdown. Soon after, one of Takata's sisters died and it was her responsibility to travel to Japan, where her parents had resettled to deliver the news. After informing her parents, Takata entered a hospital and stated that she was diagnosed with a tumor and gallstones, appendicitis, and asthma. She was told to prepare for surgery, but chose to visit Hayashi's clinic instead. Mrs. Takata was unfamiliar with Reiki, but was impressed that the diagnosis from the Reiki practitioners at the clinic closely matched the doctors at the hospital. She began receiving treatments. Takata wanted to learn Reiki in order to continue treating herself and also to take it back to Hawaii to share with others. Hayashi allowed Takata to work at his clinic and also began giving her Reiki training. Takata worked 1 year at the clinic and eventually received the Reiki Master level. Hayashi officially acknowledged this in Hawaii on February 21, 1938, and also stated that she was one of 13 Reiki Masters trained by him. Takata practiced Reiki in Hawaii, opened several clinics, one of which was located in Hilo on the Big Island. She gave treatments and initiated students up to Reiki 2. Takata became a renowned healer and traveled the U.S. mainland and other parts of the world, teaching and giving treatments. She attributed her success to the fact that she performed a lot of Reiki on each client. Takata would often do multiple treatments on a client, each sometimes lasting hours, and often initiated members of a client's family so that they could give Reiki to the client as well. After 1970, Takata began initiating Reiki Masters for a fee of $10,000 for the weekend training. This high fee was not a part of the Usui system. Takata may have charged this fee as her way of creating a feeling of respect for Reiki. She believed that treatments and training should never be given for free. Takata also stated that one must study with one Reiki teacher and remain with that teacher the rest of one's life. In addition, Takata did not provide written instructions or allow students to take notes or to record the classes. Students were not allowed to make written copies of the Reiki symbols. Takata attributed these restrictions to the notion that Reiki was an oral tradition and that everything must be memorized. It is not certain why Takata said Reiki is an oral tradition or why she taught Reiki this way. Based on research, these rules were not part of the way Usui or Hayashi practiced Reiki. Takata received a Reiki manual from Hayashi. In addition, Takata taught Reiki differently than how she had been taught by simplifying and standardizing the hand positions so that every treatment would be the same. Takata called this the foundation treatment with 8 hand positions. Before Mrs. Takata died on December 11, 1980, she had initiated 22 Reiki Masters. These 22 Masters began teaching others with the promise to Takata that they would continue teaching Reiki in the same manner she had. After Hayashi died and World War II ended, Takata stated that all the other Reiki Masters in Japan had died during the war and that she was the only Reiki Master in the world. Most people refrained from researching the history of Reiki, assuming Takata was the only authority. Many of the masters Takata initiated also discouraged people from doing such research, stating that it was not needed, as their knowledge of Reiki was complete. After World War II, Eastern medicine in Japan was discouraged by the U.S. government, and Reiki practitioners became more secretive with their practice. The linguistic, cultural, and geographic barriers that separated the United States from Japan made verifying the accuracy of Takata's claims difficult. Most individuals did not realize that the organization started by Usui still existed in Japan, and that contact with them, while difficult, was still possible. Like any information that is transmitted, it is altered, and over the last 2 decades, new information has become available regarding the history of the development of Reiki. The exclusive nature of Reiki organizations in Japan made Reiki less accessible, with individuals traveling to the US to learn it. Reiki practiced in Japan and in America is a blend of both Western and Japanese Reiki. Takata is credited for helping Reiki flourish to the degree that it has in the Western Hemisphere. Over time, some of the masters that Takata trained began lowering their course fees. This also corresponded with changes in how Reiki was taught, allowing the wisdom of Reiki to guide sessions. Reiki classes became more open, with workbooks, notes, and recordings. Students were encouraged to seek out more than one teacher. This shift helped Reiki to become widely taught, and it is estimated that there are over 1 million Reiki masters in the world today, with well over 4 million practitioners. There are now several different associations throughout the world fighting among each other, with each claiming to have the only correct way of teaching Reiki. Many forms of Reiki have been developed to accommodate the various interests of practitioners, and also as a way to trademark the modalities so that students can only seek out instruction from specific instructors. There is only one Reiki. No one has the right to claim it as their own. It belongs to humanity and the universe. As practitioners, we need to work together to promote Reiki. Together, we can bring this gift of healing to the world. We need to embody the principles of Reiki. That being said, if you plan on joining an association, look at the benefits they will provide for the fees that they charge. If they are advertising for you, look at how much traffic their website receives. What information will they provide you with? Will they charge you to use their certificates and manuals? In most cases, with Reiki, clients will be attracted to you through word of mouth. Most individuals are not aware of associations, so do not assume that you need to belong to one in order to be a credible practitioner. There is only one Reiki, and it belongs to all of us. That concludes Reiki Level 1, The Legend of Dr. Usui and History of Dr. Hayashi and Madame Takata. Reiki Level 1, The Reiki Principles. Just for today, I will not worry. Just for today, I will not be angry. Just for today, I will do my work honestly. Just for today, I will give thanks for my many blessings. Just for today, I will be kind to my neighbor and every living thing. The Reiki principles are meant to be ideals that you strive toward to add balance and peace to your life. It is not possible to live every moment within these principles. However, you can continue to improve how you manage your thoughts and actions day to day. By focusing on these tenets, your conscious actions over time will become a natural way of being. You may find reading the principles in the morning and evening helpful in focusing. You could also carry them with you, or have them visible in a place you visit often, or your healing room. The 5 principles will have different meanings for everyone. You will need to meditate with them to see what they mean for you. With the focus of manifesting, we tend to choose positive statements rather than negative, so these principles may not seem natural to you. If you need to reword the principles, you can. That could look like, for all of today, I will trust. For all of today, I will love. For all of today, I will be true to myself and others. For all of today, I will give thanks for my many blessings. For all of today, I will be kind to my neighbor and every living thing. You can also focus on the energy of each principle and what it feels like. Holding the intention is more important than the semantics of the principles. You may choose to sit or lie down and close your eyes, repeating each of the ideals several times out loud. Pay attention to the sensations you experience. It is interesting to look at your notes on this exercise on a regular basis to see how you have grown by adopting these ideals. Repeat the exercise of meditating on each principle each year and see how you and your life change. Just for today, I will not worry. Worry causes stress and anxiety, which can lead to an imbalance of the body-mind. This stress affects the circulation of energy within the body and impedes the inner wisdom that helps the body to regenerate. The best way to overcome worry is to remember that when you are worrying, your mind is focused on the future. Although a small amount of worry can help you to take action in the present and plan for your future you desire, excessive worry can lead to confusion and stagnation. The only time you are effective is in the now. You need to trust that the wisdom of Reiki will guide you through all of life's ups and downs. The difficulties that we experience are usually a crucial part of our development. If you develop a negative and fearful mindset that causes you to worry, you will see even neutral events as negative. If, however, you respond positively by accepting the setback as an opportunity to learn, you can live a happier and more fulfilling life. Make time each day for activities that bring you joy. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "Man surrounds himself with images of himself." It is also important who you spend your time with. Seek out people who are positive and happy. Their energy is positively contagious. Because our worry tends to be primal in nature, we fear for our survival, egoic and physical, our root chakra tends to be most impacted with worry. You can also use Reiki to help you balance out worry. Place one hand on the root chakra and the other hand on the heart chakra. Keep your hands over these chakra points for as long as you intuitively feel you need to. This Reiki technique uses energy from the heart chakra to balance the root chakra and will remove the blockage. Just for today, I will not be angry. Anger is usually a result of feeling a lack of power. When a negative event occurs and we have a strong belief we associate with that event, we may not process our emotions completely, and our body will store the emotion. When a second event that reminds us of the first event occurs, our stored emotions emerge, and we are then responding to both events with a heightened reaction. Over time, more and more emotions are stored until we become explosive when triggered. It is a part of our work to process those stored emotions. Anger is an emotion that can be difficult to process in a healthy manner because our society frowns upon its expression. When you are feeling anger, breathe into it. Take a step back from the situation and become the witness of the event. From that view, you will be able to allow the emotion to pass rather than storing it. On a daily basis, you can meditate on what the absence of anger feels like and choose to feel emotions that are higher in frequency. The shift to a higher vibration will help your body-mind to transmute the stored anger. Remember that every event and individual can teach us about ourselves and our perfection. When we come from that place of wanting to learn and being open, the lessons tend to be easier. When we respond to an event in anger, the lesson is not completed, and we are destined to relive it with even more intense energy. In this case, you can also use Reiki to help you find balance. Place one hand on the third eye chakra and the other hand on the root chakra. Keep your hands there for as long as you intuitively feel is necessary. Perform deep breathing as you hold this position. This Reiki technique will help you release destructive emotions. Just for today, I will do my work honestly. In your heart, you know when you are being honest. In your life, dissatisfaction can be your body's way of showing you that you are not being honest with yourself. Leading a life where you are not honoring your dreams and talents is dishonest. Letting fear help you make your choices will guarantee that you are not being true to your heart and soul. Your role here on earth is extremely important. What you do and how you live does make a difference in the lives of countless people. Assuming otherwise is a falsehood that does not serve you or the world. What is the impact you are here to make? The dreams you have are the desires that the universe wants for you. Make sure you are honoring yourself by following those dreams. Place one hand on the third eye chakra and the other hand on your solar plexus chakra to use Reiki to assist in balancing. Keep your hands in position for as long as you intuitively think is needed. Just for today, I will give thanks for my many blessings. Our ego tends to color events as either good or bad. Our soul sees each event as an opportunity to strengthen and experience. Like steel is forged in fire and ice, our experiences take us to places we need to go in order to increase our awareness. Gratitude is an extremely powerful intention. It can not only raise the vibration of your body-mind, but also bring insight and wisdom. You have countless things to be grateful for. You need to focus on those things, and that focus will bring much more into your life. Spending time while holding the intention of gratitude will have a dramatic effect on your life. You may also choose to use Reiki to help you hold the focus of gratitude. Place one hand on the third eye chakra and the other hand at the base of the skull. Just for today, I will be kind to my neighbor and every living thing. Energetically, the frequency you emanate will attract more things of that frequency. If you hold a high vibration, you will bring people and things into your life with similar vibrations. Dr. Masaru Emoto is known for his work with intention and water. In his research, he found that intentions that were negative in nature had a negative effect on water samples, while positive intentions had a positive effect. Our bodies are primarily water. Focusing on kindness and positivity will help ensure your body-mind is healthy. Individuals around us serve as mirrors. By being kind, the reflection you will see will also be positive. The choice to live a life of satisfaction and peace is yours. You are a powerful creator. To use Reiki to help find balance, place one hand on the third eye chakra and the other hand on your root chakra. When you feel you are ready, move your hand from the third eye chakra to the throat chakra, and move your hand from your root chakra to the heart chakra, keeping it there until you intuitively feel you have finished. Remember that the Reiki principles are a guide for a happier and more fulfilling life. Use meditation to unlock the true meaning of these ideals and incorporate them into your life. That concludes Reiki Level 1, the Reiki Principles.
Our online Reiki course Facebook community. Our class has a closed Facebook group currently reserved for our students only. Joining this Facebook group is completely optional. This is a place for you to connect with other students. Please note that if you have course questions or questions you'd like me to answer, please post them here in our Udemy course. Or if they're private, please email me and our teaching assistant at info@onlinereikicourse.com. Please do not message me in Facebook or request a response specifically from me in the group. We have over 13,000 members, so I'm unable to respond to specific questions there. I do my best to pop in and answer where I can, but if you have a pressing question, please make sure you contact me directly, either in Udemy or via email. This Facebook area is a place where you can connect with other students. I've attached instructions on how to ask questions in the course in the resources section of this lecture. Now, hundreds of requests to join our group are made each week, and many of them are not by students, so the Udemy class list is used to ensure that the join request is coming from a student in the course. Please make sure you give us up to 48 hours during weekdays to approve your request. If you're interested in joining, please take a look at your Udemy username and your Facebook name. When you click on the link to join in the resources section of this lecture, you're going to read through the guidelines and then click join. which is a button at the bottom of the screen. You'll then be on the Facebook group page. Once you click Join Group, you're going to be asked a series of questions. The first question is to ensure requests are from students, so as a student of mine, you're going to say yes. The second question ensures that there's no confusion with names. Because our class list holds all students for the past years, we need to know your exact Udemy name. For example, if your name in Udemy is Susan Bauer, but in Facebook it is Susan K. Bauer, you're going to need to let us know your exact Udemy name, which is Susan Bauer. If you have a personal profile that's a business name, please join us with your own account. It is against Facebook policy not to have your personal name on your personal pages. The final question that you're going to be asked ensures you've read the guidelines, listen to them here, and will not promote your business, and you'll be a positive force according to our group guidelines. We have a wonderful group of 16 volunteer moderators who are students in the course just like you. They monitor the discussion to ensure the focus of the group is maintained. If one of your posts has been deleted, it's likely because it was in the wrong place, so please make sure you're familiar with the guidelines we will explore here. If it was posted in the wrong place, the admin will have tagged you in the announcements area you need to post your original post in. So, in some cases, a post may be deemed negative or offensive to some members. We do our best to ensure everyone can voice their opinions, but we need to keep this space safe and positive for us all. So in the cases where a post elicits lower frequency energy, commenting will be turned off and the post will no longer receive attention. If you find someone to be dissonant with your own energy, first perform a self-treatment and see if there's a lesson present and some healing to be done on your part. Then, if you wish, you can block that person so you no longer connect with them or their energy. This place is our sacred space to connect, create, share, and inspire. Let's keep this place a safe, accepting, and positive space for everyone. So here are a few guidelines to make sure we're all on the same page. If you have any concerns or feel that the spirit of our guidelines are not being honored, please contact myself at info@onlinereikicourse.com. So the first thing you will do in order to see where you want to be posting requests for Reiki love or distance Reiki, or you want to promote your business, or you want to share something you found helpful, you would click on announcements in the discussion area. So there's a tab on the left of the discussion, or it's posted at the top of the discussion thread. Okay, so once you've clicked on announcements, you'll see a Reiki love post. Now they may be in different order, so you might have to scroll. If you would like to receive Reiki or have a loved one who has asked to receive Reiki from the group, there is a Reiki love announcement at the top of the discussion thread. So please comment inside this thread including your intention. This is our equivalent of a Reiki box, and your intention will draw Reiki through the members of the group who wish to channel it. Please do not post a request for Reiki outside of the Reiki love thread, as it will be deleted. By posting within the Reiki love thread, your intention will have more prominence, as thousands of Reiki practitioners channel Reiki to your request each day, and the focus of the group will remain strong. Another announcement you will see is the community share post. This area, also at the top of the page in announcements, is a place you can let us know what you're up to in your practice and life. This includes references to your websites, Facebook groups, Facebook pages, etc. Please only use this post to promote your work and affiliates by commenting within this announcement. Posts outside of this sharing post will be deleted. I want you to know we love you and we want you to do well, but keeping promotions to one post on the wall will help our group maintain focus. Please do not post outside this thread with requests for members to like your page or other business pages. Those requests will be deleted. If you share something, please share it from your heart, and please do not list affiliate links unless it's here in this area. Let your business make your money genuinely, and share from a place of learning and helping, and use this community as an educational support system. If you post helpful responses, members will explore your page on their own. Trust that those that are meant to work with you will, while you honor the integrity of the group. Try to also please follow the 3-to-1 rule, which is for every one time you promote, make sure you give some Reiki love in the form of information or support 3 times. That helps us all to use this space as a true supportive community and not just a place to only post promotions. Remember, this community is about supporting each other as we develop our practices, not turn our members into customers. The primary intention of the group is to stay connected to your classmates, share ideas, support, and form genuine connections. It's not a place to find customers or recruit people to other programs or groups. In the announcements, you will also see a helpful websites post and a business help post. So in the helpful websites, if you have a website with regard to Reiki or wellness that you visit frequently and you find helpful, you're welcome to share. With the business help, if you're running your practice and you want some feedback, you're welcome to post there for members to give you some insight. We also have a group distance Reiki session every Wednesday. If you are a loved one or in need, please post here as a comment in the group session in the event section or announcements, and the group will focus on the intentions you shared. This is a powerful and precise way to have those in need receive Reiki. If the time's inconvenient for you, and once you've studied the level 2 material, you can use the Anshaza Shonen symbol to connect with the session at the time that's best for you. If you haven't studied level 2 yet, you can connect with the group session by performing a self-treatment at the time of the group session, with the intention that you're conducting Reiki energy to all of the intentions shared by the group. Some general guidelines are: please be kind, be generous, and be ethical. Please do not spam, mass mail, or violate privacy. Please do not direct message or ask for others to private message you or add people to your newsletter list. Please do not add or invite any members to a group without their permission, and doing so can result in being released from the group. If you decide to work with someone in the community, please ensure you have all the information you need to be comfortable with this connection, and know that you're solely responsible for it. Opinions, advice, and all other information expressed by members in the discussions or comments in this group are those of the author, and they are solely responsible for that information. Please note that this group is educational in nature and is not a substitute for medical advice or treatment. Please make sure you're getting the additional support you need to help you work through any emotional or physical concerns you have. Remember that Reiki does not diagnose, prescribe, or treat. It is the body-mind of the recipient that does the healing. Please do not solicit medical advice in our group, and make sure that you're using all avenues of care, including allopathic if need be, if you have any conditions you need addressed. Remember, this Facebook is not mandatory or a given. This is an environment to serve your highest good in your Reiki practice and life. So use it as a tool to help you learn, love, and grow. As a member of this group, you'll have the power to ensure the integrity and positivity of the group is maintained. If you do see a post that does not agree with these guidelines, please report it and we'll process it as soon as possible. It can take us up to 48 hours to process the request, so your patience is appreciated. We have many members who enjoy the group every day, and hopefully you will be one of them as well. We will see you inside.
Reiki Level 1. Chakras. Chakra means spinning wheel of energy, or energy center in Sanskrit. Each of these centers is associated with specific organs, endocrines, issues, emotions, colors, and elements. Balancing these centers can have a physical, emotional, and spiritual effect on an individual. It is not only important that each individual chakra be balanced, but that they also be balanced in relationship to each other. The lower 3 chakras are considered masculine in nature and call us to action. They help to ground us and are usually concerned with the material world. The higher 3 chakras are feminine in nature and are associated with self-reflection and the spiritual aspects of life. The heart chakra is balanced in masculine and feminine energy and can help to balance other chakras. The root chakra, located at the base of the spine, is associated with the spine, bladder, blood, kidneys, male reproductive organs, and feet. An individual with an overactive root chakra can be bossy, domineering, egoic, greedy, and even violent. An individual with an underactive root chakra can feel unloved, sexually inadequate, frustrated, and fearful. A person with a balanced root chakra is grounded. They feel a sense of belonging, trust, and are independent. The sacral chakra is located just below the navel. It is associated with the lymphatic and circulatory systems, the kidneys, adrenal glands, skin, and female reproductive organs. A person with an overactive sacral chakra craves power. They can be manipulative. While a person with an underactive sacral chakra can be shy, feel guilty, and be concerned with what others think. A person with a balanced sacral chakra is friendly, passionate, fulfilled, feels sexual, and playful. The solar plexus chakra is located under the sternum. It is associated with the nervous system, the stomach, the gallbladder, large intestine, liver, and pancreas. A person with an overactive solar plexus chakra can be judgmental, stubborn, overly critical, and bully others. A person with an underactive solar plexus chakra can have low self-esteem, procrastinate, be apathetic, and feel taken advantage of. While a person with a balanced solar plexus chakra has respect for self and others, they're confident, calm, and an effective problem solver. The heart chakra is located in the center of the chest. It is associated with the circulatory and respiratory system. Also associated with the arms, hands, shoulders, ribs, breasts, diaphragm, and thymus gland. A person with an overactive heart chakra can feel a sense of entitlement, jealousy, they can blame others, and give too much. A person with an underactive heart chakra has a fear of rejection. They feel unloved, self-pity, neediness. An individual with a balanced heart chakra is loved, loving, empathetic, and helps to bring these qualities out in others. The throat chakra is located in the base of the throat area. It is associated with the thyroid, larynx, trachea, ears, nose, teeth, mouth, and throat. A person with an overactive throat chakra speaks too much, they bore others, they criticize, and they're stubborn. An individual with an underactive throat chakra can have difficulty expressing their truth. They may be afraid to speak in public and be timid. A person with a balanced throat chakra expresses themselves and their truth effectively and can be creative. The third eye chakra is located in the middle of the forehead. It is associated with the pituitary gland, eyes, nose, ears, and skeletal system. A person with an overactive third eye chakra can be spaced out, feel lost, worry often, and be seen as living in a fantasy world. A person with an underactive third eye chakra cannot see the big picture. They're easily influenced and confused about their purpose, as well as doubting themselves. A person with a balanced third eye chakra is intuitive, charismatic, wise, and understands their purpose. The crown chakra is located at the top of the head. It is associated with the brain, nervous system, and pineal gland. A person with an overactive crown chakra can be addicted to spirituality, they can crave attention, feel the need to be popular. A person with an underactive crown chakra can feel misunderstood, unable to have fun, be unaware or deny their spiritual connection. While a person with a balanced crown chakra is connected to Source, they are wise and feel joy often. As you can see, an individual with physical imbalances in a specific area may also reflect the imbalanced qualities associated with the connecting chakra. In a Reiki session, you will not only be balancing physical aspects of the recipient's body, but also their energetic centers. By balancing these centers, the physical body will also be addressed. This concludes Reiki Level 1, Chakras. Meridians. The meridians are the energetic equivalent of our blood vessels. Instead of transporting blood, this system transports chi, or life energy. Sickness can occur when there is a blockage in the meridians and the chi no longer can flow freely, or when the yin and yang balance of the chi is disturbed. The body has 12 main meridians that function as conduits for energy to the organs, endocrine system, and body parts. Acupuncture, acupressure, and Reiki work with the meridians to remove any blocks or imbalances. Because Reiki energy will go where it is needed, you do not need to focus on a specific meridian or acupuncture point. The Reiki hand positions will ensure all areas of the body are addressed. It is, however, useful to have an understanding of the locations of the meridians and what organs they are associated with. Meridians can illustrate how an imbalance in an organ can cause symptoms in a completely different area of the body. You may find the handout in the download section helpful, as well as the external resource section in this lecture. This concludes the lecture, Meridians. Intuition. Intuition is something we all have, but do not necessarily acknowledge. You'll find that the more attention you give to your intuition, the stronger it will become. Make it a habit to check in with yourself before making decisions. How does your body feel when considering each alternative? Does it feel light, relaxed, or tense and heavy? Another thing you can do to help develop your intuition is to meditate. We have a tendency to run through the same thoughts day in and out, like music that's on a loop. Meditation helps us to clear our minds and open ourselves to the messages our intuition is trying to give us. Developing our intuition can help improve our ability to handle stress, pursue creative outlets, and provide a more complete perspective of life. This week, before you make a decision, tune into your inner voice to see how you feel about each choice. You may visualize a red traffic light for decisions that are less suitable, and green for the best choice. You can also try writing out your options on pieces of paper and flipping them upside down. Then, put your hands over each slip of paper to see which feels right. You can try asking your intuition for guidance about a specific matter before going to sleep, and see if any messages are conveyed in your dreams or when you first wake up. You may find resources in the download section of this lecture helpful. This concludes the lecture, Intuition. Reiki Level 1. Preparing to use Reiki. Many different types of people are drawn to Reiki. They may seek it out to heal physical imbalances, or find it when they are searching for answers to life's mysteries. Regardless of your history or reasons for pursuing Reiki, the way you will benefit the most from this modality is by being open to it. Fears and doubts will only create a veil that will prevent you from having a clear view of what is possible. Trust that you are learning this amazing art for a reason. Once you are attuned to Reiki energy, you will be connected to it for life. In order to effectively work with Reiki, you need to undergo the first degree initiation ceremony, which consists of 4 attunements. These attunements can be done over the course of a few days or performed all at once. I prefer to do the 4 attunements at the same time, as I feel it is most beneficial for the student. I have found that the energy is stronger, and the student is able to work and practice at their full capacity throughout the course. Keep in mind that we are all connected to Reiki energy, but the attunement process helps to ensure you are a clear channel to receive it. Before receiving the first degree attunement, there are some things you may wish to do to prepare. These guidelines will enable you to get the most from the course and the attunement process. Avoid consuming alcohol or any other mind-altering substance for at least 48 hours before the attunement. These substances slow the flow of Reiki throughout the body. Avoid eating meat, fish, and processed foods for at least 24 hours before the attunement. If possible, have a day of fresh fruit and vegetables. The digestion of food takes more energy than any other bodily function. Proteins and highly processed foods take more time to digest and will consume vital energy from your body. If possible, meditate each day for a week before receiving your attunement. This will help to focus your thoughts, expectations, and mind on becoming a Reiki channel for healing. During the attunement, the Reiki Master uses the ancient symbols rediscovered by Dr. Usui to strengthen the connection of the student to the universal life force. Dr. Hayashi described Reiki to Madame Takata as the following. The universal life force is so big we cannot measure it, so deep we cannot fathom it. Therefore, in Japanese, we call it Reiki. It is comparable to a radio station broadcasting radio waves everywhere. There are no wires connecting the radio station with your home. Yet when you turn on the receiver and tune into the radio waves from the station, you receive what they are sending. Likewise, the principles of Reiki are the same. The energy is everywhere. It travels through space without wires. Once you've been connected to the energy, it flows automatically forever. It is universal and immeasurable energy, and its power is unlimited. The attunement process ensures as a receiver you are ready to receive the signal. The attunement process generally takes 20 to 30 minutes. As the recipient, you just need to find a quiet space where you can relax. You may find playing some music or meditating during this time helpful. Your instructor will perform the attunement from a distance. This means that you do not need to go anywhere or use technology such as the phone, internet, etc. to receive the attunement. In-person attunements are done in silence as well. The distance attunement operates from the same principles as a distance Reiki session, which will be covered in Level 2. Rest assured that I have attuned thousands of students from a distance, as well as in person, and find the distance attunements to be just as effective as the in-person attunements. I have had many students who have received in-person attunements from other masters take my course for review purposes and comment that their experience of the distance attunement was much more powerful than their previous in-person attunements. During the time scheduled for your attunement, you may find you experience sensations or see images. You may find that you fall asleep. You may not notice anything at all. There is no correct experience, and in each case, the attunement is complete and successful. After the attunement, you will notice energy will start to flow through your hands when you think of healing. You may also find that your hands emanate energy when they are around people who need Reiki. Your body-mind will also be in clearing and releasing energy that is stagnant. The Reiki attunement has a powerful healing influence on the mind, body, and spirit, activating all 7 chakras beginning with the root and ending at the crown, each one taking approximately 24 hours. This happens 3 times over the course of 21 days. You may not be aware of this depending on how fit and healthy you are. The more toxins your body-mind is holding, the more you will be aware of the cleansing process. Your body is preparing you for healing and to be able to channel Reiki energy, which is a higher level frequency. When the toxins are out of your system, your body can work at its ultimate level for healing. You may experience symptoms of physical cleansing and detoxification, such as a runny nose, headaches, or diarrhea. There is no need to be alarmed, as the body is simply flushing out the toxins, including stored energy, such as beliefs and memories that no longer serve you. It is a good idea to spend a bit more time resting over the 21-day period. Use the time for self-healing and reflection. You may want to place your hands on any aches or pains you may be experiencing and allow Reiki to ease your discomfort and speed up the healing process. You will also want to meditate daily to help you process the emotions, memories, and beliefs you are healing. The consumption of adequate amounts of water will also help this process flow smoothly. Reiki energy works on all levels of the mind, body, and spirit. This process can be quite emotional and exhausting at times as the energy goes to work on the emotional and physical blocks, scars, and baggage that your body has collected and stored throughout your life. By surrendering and acknowledging that your past attempts to manage these emotions and memories has been ineffective, you can be open to a new way of healing yourself. Trust your body-mind and do not resist. The wisdom of Reiki will do what is needed to release the fears and barriers that prevent you from leading a joyful, fulfilling life. If you find yourself getting emotional and wanting to cry, scream, or shout, allow it. Try not to breathe energy into your reactions. Let them flow out of you and move on in your day. Do not analyze or try to assess the process. That is your ego's way of trying to stay in charge. Some reactions may seem unpleasant, but by accepting them as a part of your personal healing process and not attaching a great deal of importance to them, they will soon pass. You may also find yourself dealing with certain issues in your dreams. That is your mind's way of processing the memories and beliefs. If a dream is lingering, you may wish to meditate and ask for guidance on how you can release the energy associated with the dream. Otherwise, once you have woken up, you can release the dream, unless you are guided to seek out further meaning. The attunements align you to the power which animates life. Like a muscle, the more you use Reiki, the stronger it becomes. A good habit to begin is to give yourself Reiki before you fall asleep at night and when you wake up in the morning. As soon as you've been attuned to the universal life force, you can begin channeling the healing energy of Reiki to yourself and others. A very important concept to understand is that Reiki is never sent. It is always drawn in by the recipient through the channel. This is one of the major differences between Reiki and magnetic or spiritual healing. Because the energy is drawn through the channel by the recipient, as opposed to being directed by the healer, the Reiki practitioner will never feel drained or take on the condition of the patient. On the contrary, the practitioner is also receiving a self-treatment as the Reiki energy flows through them to the recipient. Practitioners who have learned other modalities that encourage the practitioner to direct and use their own energy may find that by initially keeping their Reiki sessions separate from their other modalities will ensure that it is Reiki energy that is being used. You will likely find that your psychic, intuitive, and creative abilities will increase significantly. By raising your vibratory level, you will begin a transformational process. There are many ways to use Reiki once you have been attuned. Reiki energy exists in everything and can be used to help balance anything you choose. Use your imagination and see how Reiki can help you in your life. Here are some common things that Reiki can be used on. Animals. Animals are very sensitive to energy and tend to enjoy receiving Reiki. You can begin by practicing with your pets, and as soon as you become more confident, you can move on to other people's pets and animals. Be sure to not make contact with animals that may bite or attack. In those cases, you can perform a distance Reiki session, which you will learn in Level 2. Just as when working with humans, Reiki will go where it is needed in the order that is best for the recipient. One difference with animals is that they may guide you to the place that requires balancing by moving around until your hands are touching the place that needs to be addressed. Animals will also let you know when the session is complete by moving away. If animals are who you would like to primarily work with in your practice, you will want to receive some education about safe handling practices to ensure you create a safe environment for both the animal and yourself during your sessions. Plants and vegetation. Reiki can be used to balance any form of vegetation in your environment. Because the energy of plants and trees extends far beyond their physical presence, it is vital that they are healthy so that their energetic influence is a positive one. Experiments have been performed where seeds that receive Reiki each day grow more quickly than seeds that do not. Reiki can be given to plants by holding your hands 1 to 2 inches away from the plant. Trees can also be balanced with Reiki by touching their trunks. You can also perform Reiki on water being used for your plants and trees. You can use distance healing from Level 2 to work on larger groups of vegetation such as gardens and forests. Food and drink. You can balance the food and drink before consuming it. This will help ensure that your body receives the nutrients it needs from the substance while releasing anything that will not serve it. You can balance your food and drink by placing your hands above it and setting the intention that it will serve your body's highest good. You can also place your hands on your stomach after eating to assist your digestion. Reiki has many uses and is not limited to people and animals. Because Reiki enhances your focus and energy, you can use that increased awareness on anything you wish to have increased positive energy, clarity, or resolution about. For example, Reiki can be used on your relationships, work, finances, goals, past unresolved issues, land, to receive clarity in general, inspiration, crystals, technology. There are so many other ways to use Reiki to help your life, including, but not limited to, technology such as cars, computers, phones, medications, your house, projects and work-related items, your business, your goals. Once you have been attuned to Reiki, the energy will flow through your hands whenever you touch, with the intention of healing or helping. Reiki Level 1. Anatomy for Reiki. Reiki goes to the place in the body that is imbalanced and requires healing. That is one of the reasons Reiki is so easy to learn and apply. There is no need to study the anatomy of the human body or animals to treat a person or animal effectively. You simply place your hands on the body and allow the energy to be drawn in. Reiki will do the rest. However, it can be helpful to know where the major organs, lymphatic, and endocrine glands are in the body. This knowledge will help you converse with clients. The following illustrations are simple diagrams of the human anatomy. If you decide to further your studies, there are many resources and courses available for free online. The endocrine system is a system that consists of the ductless glands that release hormones. It works together with the nervous system in regulating metabolic activities in order to maintain homeostasis. Various hormones are released by the endocrine glands, with each secretion causing a different reaction in the body. The lymphatic system is a system of thin vessels that run throughout the body and circulate a fluid called lymph. Lymph is a milky fluid that contains white blood cells called lymphocytes, along with proteins and fats. Lymph seeps outside the blood vessels in spaces of body tissues and is stored in the lymphatic system to flow back into the bloodstream. Through the flow of blood in and out of arteries and into veins and through the lymph nodes, the body is able to eliminate the products of cellular breakdown and bacterial invasion. Lymph plays an important role in the immune system. The lymphatic vessels are present wherever there are blood vessels. There are more than 100 tiny oval structures called lymph nodes. These are mainly in the neck, groin, and armpits, but are scattered all along the lymph vessels. They act as barriers to infection by filtering out and destroying toxins and germs. The largest body of lymph tissue in the human body is in the spleen. You can explore anatomy online and using your local library. The depth of your study is up to you. Remember that Reiki will address the source of the imbalance and not just the symptoms. This concludes Reiki Level 1, Anatomy for Reiki. Why Reiki does not prescribe or diagnose, and why that makes it so effective. A diagnosis is a label to describe a symptom or collection of symptoms. This helps our linear minds process information for classification purposes. Then, based on this diagnosis, a prescription of things that may have worked to some degree for others with similar symptoms is given. Here's where things can fall out of order. Let's say, for example, that you have back pain, and let's also say that your friend has back pain. It is reasonable to assume that the cause of your back pain is likely different than what is causing your friend's back pain. Yet in many modalities, what are addressed are the symptoms, such as back pain, rather than what is causing the back pain. So, if the cause of similar symptoms is completely different, then treating according to the symptoms will not yield the same results as treating the source of the condition. Does that make sense? In a Reiki session, we always want to allow the body to work with the root cause of the imbalance rather than the symptoms themselves. One of the many things that make Reiki so powerful is that the practitioner does not diagnose or prescribe. Our perception is completely unique and is a reflection of our own personal beliefs, memories, and genetic makeup. These things filter our experience and are the glasses that we see our world through. As a Reiki practitioner, we understand our perception is biased and work with releasing the filters that limit our experience. But we also ensure that we do not limit the experience of our sessions with those filters by clearing our mind and keeping our ego out of it. The underlying assumption with Reiki is that the body knows how to heal itself. Just as you generate new lungs every 6 weeks and a new liver every 5 months, your body is capable of creating a new, healthy you. Reiki energy helps the body to release the energy that is preventing it from doing its job of maintaining balance. In a Reiki session, although there are hand positions, these are fluid, and the practitioner knows that the body of the recipient is drawing in the energy to the specific areas within that require it. I am often asked by new students, "What are the hand positions for diabetes?" or "How do I perform a Reiki session on someone with cancer?" Over time, they learn that the answer is, you always provide a complete Reiki session. Practitioners of other modalities may argue that the physical symptoms are usually traced back to an energetic imbalance, which can be addressed by focusing on specific chakras or meridians, and provide specific hand positions and treatments for such. In some cases, the session may be somewhat effective, but if they truly worked for the majority of people, these prescriptive treatments would be the standard of care across all modalities. We know this is not the case, and in many instances is one way a modality or even practitioner has tried to ineffectively be distinguished from the rest. Reiki practitioners see the best results from their sessions because they do not limit their work based on a one-size-fits-all approach. As our understanding of our bodies deepen, including how our memories are stored and the genetic memory we carry with us from birth, we know that a single belief can wreak havoc on the physical body. That energy, which can be stored in a single cell, can impact all aspects of physiology and anatomy of its hosting body. By keeping our ego's desire to figure out what is imbalanced and trusting that the recipient's body knows what it's doing, healing will occur. By allowing the recipient to subconsciously choose what is addressed and when, the power to control and heal lies exactly where it should be, in the recipient. Every day, I am so grateful to be able to perform Reiki and teach to others the understanding that the power to heal ourselves and our lives truly lies within each of us. Reiki Level 1. Using Reiki on yourself. Once you've received the first degree attunement from a Reiki master, you're ready to work with the universal life force. However, it is important that you realize, as with every profession, there is a need to first practice and master the skills associated with healing. Madame Takata taught her students to heal themselves first, then their families and their friends. Only then did she believe they would be adequately qualified and able to work as a practitioner and heal other people. With time, practice, and experience, you will master the skills and techniques associated with the art of Reiki. Treat the early months as a learning experience, almost like an apprenticeship. This will give you the time you need to develop your confidence and skills. Remember, the more you work with Reiki, the more intuitive you will become, your vibration will be raised, and you will experience a more balanced life. Healing self is the starting point for personal development and self-discovery. Reiki is not just a tool for healing, It also brings protection and personal transformation on all levels. As you progress along your new path, you will come up against obstacles and setbacks in your life. But with Reiki, you will have the strength and awareness to deal with them. Even if you never use Reiki to heal anyone but yourself, you will find a new sense of balance and peace in your life. There is no other method of self-treatment as simple and as effective as Reiki. Because Reiki is always available to you whenever you feel tired, stressed, or have any aches or pains, you can alleviate them by simply laying your hands on your body. The infinite wisdom of Reiki will go wherever it is needed. Perform Reiki to recharge your energy every day, not just when problems, difficulties, anxiety, or illnesses arise. Daily self-treatment will help to prevent sickness and disease, and bring your life into focus and balance quickly. Every time you use Reiki on yourself, you raise your self-esteem and self-love. You will discover your mission in life and become more compassionate and loving. Set aside a little time each day for a self-treatment. Performing Reiki first thing in the morning will give you a positive boost for the day ahead. Also, a self-treatment last thing at night will relax and unwind you, leading to a good night of rest. Remember, the more you use Reiki, the stronger it becomes. Daily use could extend your life by a number of years. There are a number of benefits of performing Reiki on yourself every day. Reiki will help you to relax, bring clarity, energize you, calm you, help you to solve problems, relieve pains, accelerate the natural healing process, prevent the progress of disease, detoxify the body, dissolve energy blockages, release emotional baggage, increase the vibrational frequency of your body, and help to change negative conditioning and behaviors. There is no correct way to work with Reiki when performing it on yourself. As you become more experienced, you will intuitively move your hands to wherever it feels right. However, if you are aware of a specific problem, such as an injury or pain, then you can place your hands directly over that area to begin with and follow up with a full self-treatment. In the beginning, you will find it helpful to use the positions listed. When you've mastered those hand positions, you can then allow your intuition to guide your self-treatments. You may wish to play music during your self-treatments. Try to perform your self-treatments in a place where you will not be disturbed. Generally, try to spend a minimum of 3 to 5 minutes in each position. A little Reiki is better than none at all, so if your time is limited, do what you can. On completion of the self-treatment, drink a large glass of purified water. Close your eyes and go inside and pay attention to the thoughts and emotions that you experience during the session. You may feel lightheaded, and if you need to rest or sit down for a short time, allow yourself to do so. If you feel you need to continue to work on a specific area of your body, even if you have completed a full self-treatment, listen to your body-mind and do so. Please remember there is not an exact number of hand positions for Reiki self-treatments. The following hand positions are only a guide. Trust Reiki and your intuition. As a note, you may find that completing your treatment by placing your hands on each chakra, starting at your root chakra and ending with your crown chakra, beneficial after you have completed the following hand positions. You may find that as time goes by, your commitment to performing Reiki on yourself will wane. This is common and unfortunate. In order to heal the world, you must begin with yourself. Remember, this will be repeated again and again, that Reiki is not only a tool for balancing, but also for increasing awareness. Healing and growth can occur spontaneously, but more often they require dedicated focus and consistency in order to shift. In our society, we gravitate towards immediate gratification, hoping for a quick fix or a magic red pill to change our reality. Reiki can be that solution, but it will take time and require maintenance. Just as you practice self-care such as bathing and flossing for your physical body, you must incorporate Reiki into your daily routine to cleanse and balance your energetic body. The normal excuses such as the lack of time or energy is a reflection of beliefs around self-worth and the benefits of Reiki. Your health, vitality, and consciousness are worth more than anything else. We are on this earth to experience everything life has to offer, positive and negative. Reiki helps us to use every situation as an opportunity to become better people and to raise our consciousness. Reiki can only serve us if we use it. As with everything in life, the amount and type of energy you put into something is in direct proportion to what you will receive in return. By dedicating time for yourself and your well-being every day, miracles will occur. This time needs to be seen as a reward and a worthy pursuit. This concludes Reiki Level 1, using Reiki on yourself. Reiki Level 1, preparing to use Reiki with others. It is important to create the right setting whenever possible for a Reiki session. You may work from home and be able to use a spare room just for healing. If this is not practical, you may want to look at the viability of joining a therapy or healing center. In most cases, you will be able to rent a room at a reasonable hourly, daily, or weekly basis. The room should be light and clean and feel safe. Make sure you will not be interrupted by internal or external distractions such as a telephone or doorbell. If possible, use a therapy table. You will need 2 pillows, one for the client's head and the other for just under their knees. Make sure the room is heated to a comfortable level. Some people may get cold just lying still on your treatment table, so always have a warm blanket available. You may find that adding a plant and some crystals under your table is pleasant. Some people like to work in total silence during a session, while others prefer to have soft music playing in the background. Music can help you as the practitioner to relax and allow you to focus on the session. Try to avoid music that is popular and that the client will recognize, as they could have associations with the music that may not be conducive to the session. There is music available that has been created specifically for Reiki sessions. They've been designed to run for the length of a full treatment, with a bell or chime added at 3 or 5 minute intervals to let the therapist know when to move their hands to another position. Burning incense or oil can add a pleasing aroma to your room. However, be careful, as some people are sensitive to certain smells, and it may cause them to experience an unpleasant session. To prevent this from happening, ask your client before you light your oils or incense sticks. During a Reiki session, you may find that your client begins to cry as they release blocked emotional issues, so always keep a box of tissues handy for these occasions. Reiki can travel through all materials, such as stone, brick, concrete, and metal. However, the metal and stones used in the manufacturing of jewelry come into contact with and attract and store energy. It is advisable to remove all jewelry, such as rings, watches, earrings, chains, and necklaces from yourself, and ask your client to remove any jewelry as well. Practitioners who work with precious stones and crystals for healing recognize that these materials can become saturated with negative energy. That is why they cleanse them on a regular basis. To allow Reiki to flow freely through you and your client, it is important that you both remove tight clothing, such as belts, ties, and shoes. This will also make you feel more comfortable and relaxed. Reiki can travel through clothes, so there is no need to remove any forms of clothing. You may find it more comfortable if you wear loose-fitting clothes when you are working with Reiki. Alcohol depresses energy. Always refrain from consuming alcohol and any mind-altering substances if you know you're going to be working with Reiki for at least 24 hours before a session. Ensure you smell and appear clean and fresh. Avoid wearing strong perfumes or aftershaves. If you smoke, make sure you brush your teeth and use a mouth freshener. Refrain from eating garlic, onions, or any other food that may leave a smell on your breath. You will also want to wash your hands before a Reiki session using a lightly scented or neutral smelling soap. Your hands come into contact with your client, so it is important for hygiene purposes and the peace of mind of your client to have clean hands. It is important to remember that as a Reiki practitioner, you are not healing your clients. The person receiving Reiki is healing themselves. You are the channel that enables them to draw the Reiki energy through your hands to the places it is needed. Setting this intention before a session will serve as a reminder that you are a witness and not actively doing anything. Although this is not necessary to perform a Reiki session, it is an effective way to disassociate yourself from your ego and agenda and pay respect to the universal life force and the person you are about to work with. You may wish to ask for permission to be used as a channel for Reiki healing. You do not have to say your intention out loud. You can just pause for a moment before you begin your session and set your intention. An example of the intention you can set could resemble the following. I ask that I am a channel for Reiki's unconditional love and healing on behalf of, and insert the client's name. May Reiki's wisdom go exactly where it is needed most, and that it be for their highest good. May we all be empowered by love and light. You may find it helpful to do a general clearing of your client's aura prior to commencing the Reiki treatment. You would run your hands along your client's aura about 6 inches above their body from their head down to their feet in a slow, smooth motion at least 3 times to remove any superficial energy that has accumulated. Pay attention to your hands, use your intuition, and sense for possible blockages or hot spots to focus on during your healing session. You are now ready to begin your treatment. This concludes Reiki Level 1, preparing to use Reiki with others.
Reiki Level 1, using Reiki with others. Before you begin a complete Reiki session on another person, there are some important things you will want to consider. Although there have been no medical studies to validate this, practitioners generally tend to avoid performing Reiki close to a pacemaker. A pacemaker is an electronic device that regulates the heart rate in an individual. These individuals are counseled to stay away from sources of energy, such as microwaves and metal detectors in airports. It has been measured that the energy emitted from a practitioner's hands is greater than that of a non-practitioner, so the notion to avoid performing Reiki on the heart center of an individual with a pacemaker is to ensure that the energy from the practitioner's hands does not interfere with the signals the pacemaker provides. When working with individuals with pacemakers, you can complete a session without focusing on the heart center, with the understanding that if the heart area is in need of balancing, the body-mind of the recipient will draw energy into that area. You can also perform distance sessions with these individuals. When you are working with individuals who are on medications, you will want to let them know that it is important that they monitor their body and see their doctor if they notice shifts in their physical state. The doctor can then reevaluate and adjust medications as necessary. This is especially important with regard to individuals who are taking insulin for diabetes, both types 1 and 2. The body can balance blood sugar levels rapidly, and if the person is not frequently checking their levels, they may administer an overdose of insulin. Any worries can be avoided as long as the recipient is aware that they need to be diligent and pay attention to their blood sugar levels and condition to ensure that they are giving themselves the correct dose of medication.
It is recommended that you have your client complete a form that outlines all of their physical and emotional conditions. This will help you determine if Reiki is the appropriate modality for them, as well as help you monitor progress. You will always want to explain to a person who is visiting for the first time for a Reiki session exactly what you're going to do and the type of reactions that might occur. Stress that any one of these reactions are normal. They may experience 1 or 2 reactions, all of them, or none. It makes no difference. Reiki will go wherever it is needed. Some reactions that may occur include emotional responses, feeling hot or cold, seeing colors or lights, experiencing involuntary movements such as twitching, their stomach rumbling, or falling asleep. If the client does not experience anything, you can explain to them that Reiki energy often works on a subtle level, but has profound results over time and can normally become apparent in the following days or weeks. Remember that the client is drawing Reiki through you. They are doing the healing on a subconscious level, and you are only the channel. Remember that Reiki always travels to the place it is needed, and in the correct order that will best benefit the client. No knowledge of the human anatomy or physiology is required to work with Reiki. Leave your ego aside, and Reiki will do the work. Although it is helpful to have an understanding of what imbalances the client is aware of, forget about the symptoms and treat the whole person. In many cases, imbalances with symptoms in one area have additional imbalances in other areas. Listen to your client's body through your hands. Sense the different types of energy. If you feel that the energy is strong, keep your hands in that position until you sense a shift. Beginning the session. Ensure your client is lying flat on the table, fully clothed, with their arms down by their sides. Their legs should also be flat against the table and not be crossed, as this can block the flow of Reiki. Gently place your hands on the recipient's body. For injured or sensitive areas such as the face, throat, chest, and genitals, you will not want to place your hands directly on the client. In those areas, hold your hands approximately 4 to 5 inches above the body. For recipients with touch issues, you can perform the entire session effectively with your hands above their body rather than in contact with it. You will want to keep your hands in each position for between 3 to 5 minutes. And as you become more experienced, you will use your intuition to guide you regarding the length of time you spend in each position. Your fingers should be together when your hands are in position. This keeps the channel strong between your client and the universal life force. If your fingers are spread apart, the current of Reiki energy tends to be weaker, just as water slips through your open fingers. Pay attention to nonverbal communication from your client's body. Deep sighs or hand and leg movements are good indicators that something positive is taking place. Generally, a full session is between 45 to 60 minutes. At the end of a session, always offer your recipient a glass of cold water to aid in grounding. You will also want to wash your hands in cold water after each session. This will help your body-mind feel that the session has ended. Full body hand positions. Remember that the following hand positions are only a guide, and you will want to use your intuition. Position 1. Hands on or above the eyes. Position 2. Hands along the side of the head covering the temples and ears. Position 3. Hands underneath the back of the head. Position 4. Hands along the collarbones and tops of shoulders. Position 5. Hands over the chest. Position 6. Hands held horizontally along the upper abdomen. Position 7. Lowering hands to the middle of the abdomen. Position 8. Hands along the lower abdomen. Position 9. Hands along the hip area. Position 10. Hands on the knees. Position 11. Hands on the ankles. Position 12. Hands on the feet. You may wish to also place your hands on the base of the feet as well. And when all the positions have been completed, you can place your left hand on the crown chakra and your right hand above the root chakra to balance the client's energy. You may also want to complete your session by sweeping your client's aura. You can do so by sweeping your hands above their body from the crown down to their feet. You can repeat this a second time if you choose. This concludes Reiki Level 1, Using Reiki with Others, Part 2. Reiki Level 1, Short Reiki Session. If time does not permit you to perform a complete Reiki session, you can use the time you have to do an abbreviated version. Completing the hand positions for each chakra, as well as the elbows, hands, knees, and feet, can be effective. The recipient can be seated in a chair if a treatment table is not available. This session can take as little as 15 minutes, and although it is not as thorough as a complete session, is much better than no session at all. Position 1. Standing behind the recipient, place your hands on their shoulders. Set your intention as you normally would in a complete Reiki session. Position 2. Standing behind the person, place both of your hands on their crown chakra. Position 3. Moving to the side of the recipient, place one hand on the third eye chakra and one hand on the back of the head. Position 4. Remaining at the side of the recipient, place one hand on the throat chakra and one hand on the back of the neck. Position 5. Continuing to remain at the side, place one hand on the heart chakra and one hand on the back. Position 6. Remaining at the side of the person, place one hand on the solar plexus chakra and one hand on the middle of the back. Position 7. Place one hand on the sacral chakra and one hand at the lower back. Position 8. Moving to the front of the person, place one hand on each knee. Position 9. Kneeling down in front of the recipient, place one hand on each foot. You may also wish to place your hands on the recipient's elbows and hands. You can finish this quick session by sweeping the recipient's aura. You will still want to offer the recipient water, as well as washing your hands in cold water once the session has ended. For your comfort, you may wish to sit in a chair for positions 3 through 8. You will want to spend 3 to 5 minutes on each position, unless your intuition tells you otherwise. This concludes Reiki Level 1, Short Reiki Session. Reiki Level 1, Reiki Group Sessions. Group treatments were first used by Dr. Hayashi at his clinic in Tokyo. He would often treat clients with the help of several other Reiki practitioners. Many people find it enjoyable to work with other people. There are also several advantages to working in a group. Group sessions are faster than a traditional session, taking approximately 10 minutes to complete. Group sessions can also be very powerful with the client receiving energy from multiple channels. Group sessions can also help practitioners to form a bond as they work together. You will prepare for a group session as you would a traditional session. Before you begin, as a group, you will decide on who will work on each position as well as who will end the session by sweeping the recipient's aura. If you do not have enough practitioners for each hand placement, you will spend 3 to 5 minutes at each position and then move in a clockwise or counterclockwise direction, depending on what the group decides. Generally, the individual who begins the group session working on the recipient's head will dictate when the hand placement is changed. Remember to wash your hands before and after each session under cold running water to assist grounding for each member of the team. This is a great way to treat many people in a short amount of time. In many cities, there are what is called Reiki shares, where practitioners meet regularly to give and receive Reiki. In many cases, Reiki shares include group sessions. This concludes Reiki Level 1, Reiki Group Sessions. Reiki Level 1, Reiki with pregnant women and children. Reiki is safe and can be very beneficial for a pregnant woman and her child. Reiki can be used to help reduce fatigue, stimulate healthy development, address pain, facilitate a connection between mother and child, reduce postpartum depression, accelerate healing after delivery, balance milk production or formula absorption, and colic. Reiki can also help prepare for conception by reducing stress and stimulating the reproductive cycles of the couple. Always advise the recipient to consult their doctor, no matter what, if they are concerned about themselves or their baby. Instinctively, we kiss or touch our children when they hurt themselves. Reiki is an extension of that action. You can perform Reiki on your children from birth on. Most children are very sensitive to energy and love the sensation. Meditating on the 5 principles with your children can also be very beneficial. This concludes Reiki Level 1, Reiki with pregnant women and children. Reiki Level 1, Reiki and Palliative Care. Depending on what culture you were raised in will determine how you view death. Some cultures see death as the end, where other cultures view it as a new beginning. Regardless, death is something we all must face. Reiki can help assist those who are dying and preparing to leave this physical plane. Reiki can also be used to help those grieving the loss of loved ones. Reiki can help ensure that the grieving process is flowing and that emotions are being processed and released rather than resisted and stored. Thanatology, the study of death and the dying, strives to provide insight into what happens after death. There are many reports that point to the notion that there is life after death. If you plan to work with individuals who are dying or grieving loss, you will want to examine your beliefs and conduct the research you need to provide evidence for yourself either way. Resolving any conflict you have around the concept of death will ensure you are a clear channel for Reiki energy during your sessions. During a Reiki session, both the practitioner and recipient have a strong connection with the universal life force. Many recipients find that sessions help them have the strength to resolve unfinished business they have and find resolution with regard to previous conflicts. I have also found that Reiki sessions can help the recipient have a peaceful transition. This concludes Reiki Level 1, Reiki and Palliative Care. Reiki Level 1, Conclusion. You have now completed Level 1 and hopefully this course has opened a new world for you. You have been attuned to Reiki energy and will have that connection for life. You now have the skills to perform Reiki effectively on yourself and others. Many individuals find that this course material is all they need to create and maintain balance and harmony in their lives. Remember that Reiki is not only meant to heal, but to increase awareness as well. It is my hope that you use Reiki in your life each day to make it the best life possible. If you would like to continue to evolve your Reiki practice, you may find that you feel called to complete Level 2 and Master Level. I am honored to be on this path with you, in warmth, love, and light. Lisa. This concludes Reiki Level 1, Conclusion.
This video will show you how to write your Reiki Level 1 quiz and receive your Reiki Level 1 certificate. You will click on the link in the resources section of this lecture. That will lead you to this screen. You will then click on Enroll for Free, and you will create a brand new account. This is not linked to your Udemy account, so you will want to make sure your first name and last name are exactly as you would like to see on your certificate. Please make sure there are no errors and that there are capital letters where you would like to see them. You will also enter your email and create a new password. Then click Sign Up. Please note that if you already have an account with Thinkific, you can click on I already have an account and enter your existing information there. But note that if you've entered your name differently than how you would like to see on your certificate, you should create a new account with a new email. You will then answer all of the questions in the quiz. You will select the correct answer and click Check at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. and then Next to move to the next question. Once you've completed the quiz, you will see your score. If you've received above 80%, you can move forward and click Next. If you've received less than 80%, you'll want to click on Retake. You will click on Generate Your Certificate, and then Get Your Certificate. And you will now have your certificate, which you can download. You can do so by clicking Download PDF as well as Download Print Quality PDF. I recommend saving both of those to your computer. You can also add the electronic version to your LinkedIn profile or email signature, and those options are on your left. So if I want to download the certificate, I can then click the Download button, which is at the top right-hand side of your screen, and open with Adobe Acrobat, and then File, Save As, and save to a folder on my computer. So there is your Level 1 certificate. Congratulations on completing Level 1. I hope you've enjoyed the course so far.
Reiki Level 2. Introduction to Level 2. You will remember from Reiki Level 1 that Reiki is different from other healing modalities because practitioners are initiated through an attunement. The Reiki Master uses the power of the Reiki symbols to attune the practitioner to Reiki energy. This has been done since the founder, Mikao Usui, attuned his first student. Although we are all natural healers, Reiki helps us fine-tune these abilities. Another factor that distinguishes Reiki from other healing arts is that although the Reiki energy transmits through the practitioner into the receiver, it does not originate from the practitioner. A Reiki attunement lasts for life. In Level 1, you were taught the 5 principles that Usui adopted into the Reiki system. These principles were to be said morning and night to help you focus on the universal source of light, love, and harmony that is Reiki. If you've been doing the principles morning and evening daily, you may have noticed that they have had a positive effect on you. When said often, they help the mind focus on your life purpose, awakening, gratitude, and compassion. Many people begin to see a pattern. At first, you may react as you always have based on the ego and its conditioning. Yet as you practice the principles, they begin to become a part of your consciousness. Then when something negative happens, you may still react, but afterwards, remember the principles and establish control. As time passes, you will find that as you are reacting, you remember the principles and begin to react less. Over time, you become aware of the pattern and its purpose, and stop the reaction earlier and earlier in the cycle. Finally, you are free of that conditioning and prefer to respond to the situation in calmness. Reiki Level 2 will help you to deepen your understanding of this amazing modality. It is likely that by the time you are studying at this level, your doubt and skepticism regarding the effectiveness of Reiki has fallen away, and you have a deep respect for the results that Reiki can provide on a physical, mental, emotional, and energetic level. If you are feeling called to complete this level, you are ready. Like most things involving energy, learning is experiential. You can effort to try to understand how Reiki energy works, and science is providing much more information to help us intellectually navigate through it. But the best way to understand Reiki energy is by feeling it. Reiki energy is everywhere and in all things. It connects everything and has a consciousness that allows everything to be in a constant state of communication. Morphic resonance is a concept you may find interesting to investigate, and involves the notion that inherited memory can be transmitted in ways other than genetics. Rupert Sheldrake has spent considerable time researching this phenomenon. Also, if you're interested in exploring the science behind Reiki, you can explore quantum physics. In his work, Deepak Chopra has also taken a lot of more complex scientific discoveries and translated them into easy-to-understand packets of information. Reiki Level 2 will continue to explore the amazing power of Reiki. This concludes Reiki Level 2, Introduction to Level 2. Reiki Level 2. Uses for Reiki Level 2. The second degree will include an attunement to the Reiki symbols and teach you how to use them. These symbols will help you to magnify and focus Reiki energy. The use of these symbols can help to accelerate a session, perform a session from a distance, or on imbalances from the past or future, as well as focus on mental and emotional clearing. As you use the symbols, you will find more applications for them in your sessions and life. With a level 2 attunement, your body's frequency and psychic perception will be heightened. Similar to the level 1 attunement, your body will undergo a 21-day cleansing process. If you are receiving all attunements at once, this process will consist of only one 21-day detoxification. This concludes Reiki Level 2, uses for Reiki Level 2. Reiki Level 2, Reiki Symbols. Symbols have been used for centuries to convey messages, and when used by large groups can hold a specific vibration. Sacred geometry is one example of such symbols. The symbols are another aspect of Reiki that sets it apart from other healing modalities. Although practitioners can effectively utilize Reiki energy without the use of the symbols help to amplify the energy during a session. There are 4 sacred symbols Dr. Mikao Usui taught his students and attuned them to. 3 symbols are taught in level 2, with the 4th symbol being taught to students in the master level. Like being attuned to Reiki, once a student has been attuned to the Reiki symbols, they will be connected at a conscious and subconscious level to those symbols for life. As your understanding of the Reiki symbols deepen through use, you will be able to determine for yourself how you use the symbols in your practice. The Reiki symbols can only be used for good. During the attunement, the Reiki master connects the Reiki student, Reiki energy, and the symbols. From that point on, the student will draw on the intentions of the symbols to channel Reiki energy at an amplified rate. The student needs to be attuned to the symbols in order to connect with their power. Being attuned to the symbols in a combined attunement means that once the student begins using the symbols, they will have that connection already in place. Dr. Usui found the 4 symbols in Sanskrit sutras he was studying. During time spent fasting and meditating, Usui realized that the symbols would help align students to Reiki energy in a more specific way. The symbols can be used when working with others or self. The intention that is held when using the symbols is very important. You may find it helpful to visualize the symbols as live energy. You may see colors when using the symbols, such as white. You can draw the symbols in your mind and see them placed above various parts of the body of the recipient. That concludes Reiki Level 2, Reiki Symbols. Reiki Level 2. The first Reiki symbol, Choku-rei. The first symbol is the Choku-rei, pronounced Cho-ku-rei, and means placing all the power of the universe here. It is the power symbol and considered an amplifier. This symbol is sometimes referred to as the light switch because it powers on and activates the other symbols. Cho, meaning to cut, remove illusion in order to see the truth. Ku, penetrating, like a sword slicing through. And Rei, universal and present everywhere. The Choku-rei symbol cuts through and releases resistance. In Japanese, Choku means imperial command, immediate. The esoteric meaning of the symbol is discreation. Illness and disease are creations constantly recreated. The Choku-rei symbols can help to unravel these progressions. How to draw the Choku-rei. First, you will draw a horizontal line from left to right. Then you will draw a vertical line from top to bottom. And finally, draw 3.5 decreasing circles counterclockwise, finishing on the vertical line as shown. The Choku-rei symbol discreates. This is a symbol that turns on the second degree energy. Without this symbol, the practitioner is still channeling only first degree energy. It can be used alone or as an activator for all the other symbols. Reiki's infinite wisdom will bring about whatever is needed. There are 6 main ways of using the Choku-rei symbol with a recipient. You can mentally beam a white Choku-rei symbol through your hands as you work with a client. You can also visualize a white Choku-rei on the palms of your hands before your session. You can draw the Choku-rei symbol with your tongue on the roof of your mouth and project it onto the back of your hands as you perform your session. You can draw the symbol on your hands with your index finger before you begin your session. Or you can draw the symbol in the air and beam it in the direction of your hands. When using the symbol, you will want to silently intone the words Choku-rei 3 times as you draw it. The symbol will not work without the words silently spoken. If you have a difficult situation, you may find it helpful to write the problem down on a piece of paper and draw the Choku-rei symbol over the top of the writing. Remember to silently intone the words Choku-rei 3 times and then place the paper in the palm of your hands for a few minutes. Ways that you can use the Choku-rei symbol. As mentioned before, it activates the other symbols. It can also be used for protection, to bring resolution to a situation, to cleanse and bring balance. You can draw it under a stamp, on a letter, place it under a sticker on a gift. Use the symbol on your food, drink, plants, animals. Use it for your career. Draw it on your desk, under the cash register, on documents, letters, the telephone, your diary, computer. The Choku-rei symbol can be beamed on airlines, trains, pilots, drivers. It can be used in your home, drawn invisibly under your doormat, under wallpaper, in cupboards, behind pictures, and in any other way that you can imagine. This concludes Reiki Level 2, Choku-rei. The second Reiki symbol, Sei-Heiki. The second Reiki symbol is the Sei-Heiki, pronounced Sei, Hei, Ki. This is the emotional and mental symbol used for emotional and mental healing. The Sei-Heiki balances the right and left brain. Sei means birth, coming into being. Heiki means balance, equilibrium. One translation of this means the earth and sky meet, or God and man become one. The Sei-Heiki symbol can be used with the recipient in the same 6 ways shown for the Choku-rei. How to draw the Sei-Heiki. Strokes 1, 2, and 3 form a zigzag line from top to bottom. Stroke number 4 is a vertical line that connects the zigzag with stroke number 5, a curved line, again from top to bottom. Stroke number 6 forms the largest curved line, and strokes 7 and 8 form 2 curved lines, as shown from top to bottom. To activate the Sei-Heiki symbol, you will first draw the Choku-rei symbol while intoning the words Choku-rei, Choku-rei, Choku-rei 3 times. Then, draw the Sei-Heiki on top of the Choku-rei or beside it and intone the words Sei-Heiki 3 times. Finally, draw the Choku-rei on top of the Sei-Heiki or beside it, remembering to intone the words Choku-rei 3 more times. This is known as the Reiki sandwich. A Reiki sandwich can be used to release any mental or emotional blockages in a person and allow the healing process to begin. You can visualize the Reiki sandwich beaming out of your third eye chakra and entering the third eye chakra of your client. As you intone the words, add the intention that it will be used by the body-mind of the client if it is for their highest good. Alternatively, you can draw the symbols on your hands and then place them over the client's third eye chakra. This is often helpful when you're working with a person with addictions, an individual wanting weight loss, or to release unwanted habits. You will want to be sure to keep a box of tissues nearby, as this can often cause the client to become weepy and emotional. The Reiki sandwich can be applied with all of the normal hand positions. If you are working with a person who is suffering from an imbalance such as cancer, leukemia, or other immune system disorders, you can visualize thousands of Seiheki symbols penetrating every cell in the body of the recipient. When you have an issue you need more clarity on, or you are seeking a solution, write it down on a piece of paper and draw the Reiki sandwich shown on the previous page over it. Your answers will come to you intuitively. Here are some ways you can use the Seiheki symbol. You can use it to release blockages and resistance in the body, to help find resolution to long-standing problems, to address alcohol, drug, and smoking addictions, to help balance anorexia and bulimia, to resolve relationship problems, help calm nervousness, fear, and phobias, help to process anger, sadness, and other emotions, help facilitate the grieving process. The Seiheki can assist in improving memory. It can enhance affirmations, improve intuition and inspiration, and help to create a calm environment. The Seiheki can ease arguments in tense situations. You can use it to balance your home, work, crystals. The Seiheki can improve poor communication. It can provide protection on every level. It can keep you from losing personal belongings. The Seiheki can be used while traveling. It can help you find lost items and help to improve your creativity. This concludes Reiki Level 2, Seiheki. Reiki Level 2, the third Reiki symbol, Anshaza Shonin. The third Reiki symbol, Anshaza Shonin, is also known as the distance healing symbol and is used to transcend time and space. Like all of the other symbols, the Chokurei symbol is used first to activate the Anshaza Shonin. The Anshaza Shonin gives the Reiki practitioner the ability to channel Reiki across space. Reiki can be sent to a person across the room or in another part of the world. The Anshaza Shonin also allows the practitioner to bridge time from the present to the past or future. Reiki can be sent back to heal a childhood problem, or even further still to a past life. Future situations such as operations, interviews, or business meetings can be greatly improved by sending Reiki in advance. Time has no relevance when the Anshaza Shonin symbol is used. When the Anshaza Shonin symbol is drawn, all strokes are drawn from left to right and from top to bottom. Please note that this is one variation of the symbol. If you find other variations that resonate with you, you may use those as well. The intention is key. The first horizontal stroke means the number 1, the beginning. The second vertical stroke crosses over the first and means the number 10, end, completion. The third and fourth strokes, combined with strokes 1 and 2, symbolize a tree in Japanese. Esoterically, it can mean the tree of life, also the tree of transformation, of knowledge, evil, desire, resistance. It can also represent the tree of timelessness. It cannot die because it was never born. The fifth horizontal stroke means the root of the tree, cause, essence, origin. Strokes 1 to 5 combined form the first kanji, on. Kanji means Japanese writing using Chinese characters. Kan, Chinese, ji, character. The sixth horizontal stroke symbolizes land and earth. Stroke 7 is a downward curving line meaning becoming and existence. Stroke 8 is a vertical line drawn downwards from the curved line. Stroke 9 is a horizontal line drawn from the left. Stroke 10 is a vertical line drawn from the end of stroke 9. The strokes 8, 9, and 10 form another kanji, which when translated means the sun. Stroke number 11 is a horizontal line drawn from left to right and seals the sha kanji. Strokes 6 through 11 form the kanji sha, which means a person that creates. This symbol means what was hidden is brought into being. This relates to the miracle of Reiki. When you place your hands on someone, Reiki is revealing little by little what is already there. Stroke number 12 is a horizontal line that connects with strokes 8 and 10. Stroke number 13 is a vertical line. 14, a horizontal line. 15, a vertical line. Strokes 11 to 15 form the next kanji sho, which means right, correct, and justice. Stroke 16 curves downwards to the left. 17 downwards to the right. Strokes 16 and 17 combined form the kanji sei, which means harmony. Acting appropriately, in the correct manner. Remember, Reiki is energy with intelligence. It is always going where needed. Please note that although the kanji sei is drawn after the sho, it is spoken before it. Stroke number 18 is a horizontal line drawn from left to right. Stroke number 19 is drawn horizontally from left to right, parallel to stroke 18. It then curves downwards. Stroke 20 is a horizontal curve, similar to a smile. Stroke 21 curves downwards, similar to the letter C. And finally, stroke number 22 also curves downward in a reverse C shape. Strokes 18 to 22 form the final kanji, nen, which means the heart, thought, and in the present moment. Again, please note that this is a variation of the symbol, and the essence of the symbol, the intention, is what is key. You can use the Anshaza Shonen symbol in the same ways described when using the other symbols. It's traditional practice not to allow anyone to observe you drawing the symbols unless they are a second-degree practitioner or a Reiki master. However, in this time and age, everyone has access to the symbols via the internet, so the exclusivity of them is your choice. To activate the Anshaza Shonen symbol, you must first draw the Shokurei, intoning the words Chokurei, Chokurei, Chokurei 3 times. You then draw the Anshaza Shonen on top of the Shokurei and intone the words Anshaza Shonen 3 times. Finally, you draw the Chokurei on top of the Anshaza Shonen, remembering to intone the words Chokurei 3 more times. You can also incorporate the Anshaza Shonen into the Reiki sandwich described earlier. This complete sandwich would include the Shokurei, the Seiheki, the Shokurei, Anshaza Shonen, and Shokurei again. Examples of the ways that you can use the Anshaza Shonen symbol can include, but are not limited to, working with deep-seated disease and long-term imbalances, transmitting Reiki across distances, working with groups, organizations, cities, countries, preparing for events, balancing past life issues and memories, working with children while they're resting, and addressing imbalances from the past, present, and future. This concludes Reiki Level 2, Anshaza Shonin. Additional uses for the Reiki symbols. The Reiki symbols can help you to focus the Reiki energy, clear emotional and mental imbalances, as well as send Reiki from a distance. There are also many other uses for the symbols. You can draw the Chokure symbol over your food to increase the nutrition and offer thanks. Drawing the Sei-Heiki over food can also help with purification and cleansing. If you use the Sei-Heiki, draw it first to cleanse, and then use the Chokure to intensify the energy. You can also use the Sei-Heiki and Chokure to clear crystals or other objects. You will use the Sei-Heiki until you sense the energy is clear, and then use the Chokure to energize the crystal. You can use the Chokure symbol to manifest your desires. You will want to ensure when considering what you want that it is ethical and for the good of all. Use positive affirming statements and phrase them in the present tense. You may wish to visualize you in your ideal life with the Chokure symbol superimposed over that image. You can use the Sei-Heiki symbol to let go of habits and thoughts that are not serving you. Whenever you have a craving, for example, visualize it, and then visualize the Sei-Heiki to release it. You can also use the Sei-Heiki to clear a room by mentally placing it at the corners of a room and windows. Then, once the house is cleared, you can place the Chokure symbol in the house to enhance peace, love, prosperity, and health. Once a house, car, person, or pet is cleared, you can use the Sei-Heiki symbol for protection. The Reiki Protection Sphere. Practitioners starting out ask about protecting themselves. Over time, you will likely find that you no longer feel the fear and need to protect yourself. But until then, here is a technique you can use. You may also find this technique helpful to protect your car from hail or your house, etc. This technique was developed for those wanting protection and keep negative energies out. It uses the Reiki symbols and makes a sphere of energy around you. The technique is easy to do and tends to work well. Other uses are to set the sphere and meditate inside of it, or to create the sphere prior to doing sessions. This is not a traditional Reiki technique, but one that can be useful. To set the sphere, connect to Reiki energy. Draw the Chokure symbol in the 6 directions around your body: north, south, east, west, up, and down. Next, draw a large Daikomyo symbol down the length of your body. You will then draw the Anshaza Shonin symbol above your head to place the sphere in all time and places. Finally, you will draw the Sei-Heiki on your third eye and heart chakras to free you from the fear. You will finish by stating your intent for the sphere, that it protect and remove fear, and then let Reiki flow into the sphere. You can also use the sphere to send loving energy to those who ask for distant healing. Construct the sphere and then meditate in it. Use whatever distance healing technique that you feel comfortable with and send loving energy. This concludes additional uses for Reiki symbols. Reiki Level 2, Gassho. The 5 Reiki principles, which are taught in Level 1, are based on the 3 pillars of Reiki: Gassho, Reiji-Ho, and Chiryo. Dr. Mikao Usui taught his students the Gassho meditation. The meaning of Gassho is 2 hands coming together. Gassho helps one to hold the intention of gratitude, respect, focus, balance, and maintain a connection to collective consciousness. There are two forms of the traditional Gassho, formal and informal. Formal Gassho is used in situations such as rituals and religious service to convey reverence. The hands are brought together in front of the face, fingers straight and pointing up, with the palms pressing together. Elbows are raised, with forearms positioned at approximately 30-degree angles to the floor, with the fingertips at the same height as the top of the nose, but the hands are approximately 4 inches away from the tip of the nose. Eyes are focused on the tips of the middle fingers. Mushin, or no-mind Gassho, is a form of Gassho used mostly in greetings. The hands are held loosely together, with the tips of the fingers and thumbs touching, and a slight space between the palms. The forearms are at a 45-degree angle to the floor. The hands are held out about 4 inches from the front of the tip of the nose, with the hands lower than the formal position in front of the mouth. The fingertips just below the nose. Again, the eyes are focused on the tips of the middle fingers. Many people also perform Mushin Gassho with their hands positioned in front of their chest just above their heart. Students would place their hands in the Gassho position every morning and night. Gassho helps to focus and quiet the mind during meditation. This involves placing your hands in prayer position, closing your eyes, and bringing your awareness to the tip of your middle finger. If your mind wanders, gently press your middle fingers together and refocus. If you find this meditation beneficial, it is recommended that you perform it in the morning and evening for 15 to 30 minutes, ideally for 1 month. You may find it useful to make notes of your experiences as you meditate, as well as how your life situation changes over time. You may find that you are more focused and grounded as each day passes. Gassho meditation. In a seated position, on a chair or the floor, place your hands in Mushin Gassho position. Focus on where your 2 middle fingers meet. Let your thoughts fall away. As more thoughts arise, watch them go, and keep your focus on your fingers. Recite the 5 Reiki principles, or your version of them, out loud or in your mind. If you find your arms getting uncomfortable, you can slowly lower your hands to your lap. Watch the sensations you experience and allow those to fall away as well. When you are finished, send the intention of gratitude and end the session. You may find placing your palms on the ground an effective way to end the session and ground yourself. This concludes Reiki Level 2, Gassho. Reiki Level 2, Reiji-Ho. In English, Reiji means indication of Reiki power. Ho means methods. Reiji-Ho consists of 3 short rituals that can be performed before each Reiki session and can help guide you with regard to your hand placement in a session. Step 1. Hold your hands in front of your chest in the Gassho position with your eyes closed. Once you are attuned to the Reiki symbols, you can use the Ansha Shonin and ask that Reiki energy flow through you. You will repeat this request 3 times. You will then invoke the Seiheki and Choku-rei to hold the intention. For practitioners not attuned to level 2, they will request that Reiki energy flow through them. Step number 2. Ask for the balancing of the client or recipient. You will raise your hands from Gassho to your third eye and ask to have your hands guided to where Reiki energy is needed. Step number 3. Allow this technique to guide your hands. Detach from any desires you have regarding the outcomes of the session. Be open to receiving messages that will guide you. Your hands will rest when Reiji-Ho is complete. You will then perform Gassho one more time. Refrain from discussing specific areas or messages with the recipient. This concludes Reiki Level 2, Reiji-Ho. Reiki Level 2, Chiryo. In English, Chiryo means treatment. It is performed by the practitioner holding their dominant hand above the client's crown chakra and waiting until there is a signal to move, which the hand then follows. The Reiki practitioner continues to use their intuition with regard to hand placement until they are called to end the session. The body and consciousness are connected by breath. In some esoteric traditions, breath work is used to access different levels of consciousness. We breathe in oxygen for physical survival and universal life force to nourish and cleanse our spirit. Dr. Mikao Usui taught his students a breathing technique called Joshin Kokayu Ho, which in English means breathing to cleanse the spirit. Joshin Kokayu Ho. In a seated position, focus on your breath. As you inhale, focus on the air and Reiki energy you are taking in. Visualize Reiki energy coming down through your crown chakra. Pay attention to how your body feels as you fill yourself with Reiki energy, drawing it and your breath below your navel. The Dantian. The Dantian is located in the abdomen between the navel and pubic bone. The Dantian holds a reservoir of energy. By taking time to connect with this energy point, you can increase your vitality and ensure you are a clear channel for Reiki energy. Dantian breathing. Breathe in and out through your nose. Ensure that you are completely emptying your lungs with your exhale. Inhale and bring the breath and energy down to your Dantian. Imagine the energy in your Dantian spreading throughout your body. Once you feel your body full of energy, exhale through your mouth and visualize the energy beaming out of your mouth, hands, and feet. This concludes Reiki Level 2, Chiryo. Reiki Level 2, using Reiki from a distance. The 3 Usui Reiki symbols combined unlock the doors to distance healing. You will want to practice drawing the symbols until you can visualize all 3 of them without referring to your notes. There are many ways to channel Reiki through the symbols. As you begin to practice and work with the symbols, you will discover which method you prefer. With practice, you will be able to send Reiki whenever and wherever it is required. You will be able to perform a distance healing session no matter what environment or location you find yourself in. You will have the ability through practice to filter out distractions and focus, sending Reiki to the person, place, or event as required. Initially, when you first practice distance Reiki, follow these guidelines below to help you connect and perform the distance session correctly. You will find a quiet place and ensure you have enough time to not be interrupted. You need to focus on the following. Decide which distance method you are going to use to channel Reiki before you begin the session. Ground yourself and connect to Reiki energy. Clear your mind and release any expectations regarding the session. Remember that you are the channel for Reiki, and you will witness Reiki energy, which will do the work, and will be traveling across time and space to connect with the recipient of the session. Once you feel the connection with Reiki, begin transmitting Reiki energy using the method you have decided upon earlier. Remember that all methods are effective, so you will want to try them all so that you can decide on your favorite method to use in the future. Continue the distance session for as long as you intuitively feel it should continue. Reiki will go where it is needed and continue to work even after you have ended the session. The key with distance sessions is intention. Always end the Reiki distance session with a positive vision of the person, place, event, or situation you've been focusing on. You can also imagine a different scenario for sessions with a focus on the past. After the distance healing session, release the outcome to the wisdom and love of Reiki. Trust that Reiki will be a part of the best possible outcome for the recipient. Remember to disconnect yourself from the recipient once the session is over and wash your hands under cold running water. Also, drinking a glass of cold water can help to ground yourself. When you are first practicing distance healing, it is best to follow a routine that you feel comfortable with so that you can be relaxed and focused on the session rather than the mechanics of what you're doing. Just like learning to drive a car, in the beginning it can feel overwhelming to think about all of the things you need to do and remember in order to keep the car safely on the road. Within a short span of time, through repetition and practice, you will permanently encode the mechanics of driving into your subconscious, and then you can enjoy the experience of driving. Likewise, once you've mastered the mechanics of performing a distance healing session, you will be able to relax and focus on the session and not on what is needed next. Eventually, it will all become automatic. As your confidence grows, you can begin to rely more on your intuition to guide you during distance Reiki sessions. Because the recipient is not in front of you when you're performing a distance session, you need to find a way to visualize what is happening during the session. Listed below are a number of methods you can use to help you visualize or represent the recipient in your mind. The surrogate method. When you are setting the intention at the beginning of the distance session, remember that you do not have any control regarding the outcome of the session, nor what is in the best interests of the recipient. You must remove your ego and its desires and allow Reiki, with its infinite wisdom, to do what is needed based on the recipient's best interests, not your perception of what is best for them. This intention keeps the responsibility of healing with Reiki energy to do what is needed and go where it is needed. In some cases, the results of a session may not be as your recipient would like them to be. This can be frustrating, especially if the person you want to receive healing is a family member or a friend. But you must respect that the recipient draws in the Reiki energy that is needed, and Reiki will work in the best interests of the recipient. You can use anything as a surrogate to channel Reiki. The most important thing you must do is at the beginning of the distance session to clearly specify that the surrogate is taking the place of whomever or whatever you're sending Reiki to. A photograph, cushions, teddy bears, pens, crystals, or the details of the person or thing written on a piece of paper are all examples of an effective surrogate. Many practitioners have their favorite surrogate and use it for all of their distance sessions. If you have a soft toy that you cherish, you may wish to use that. A ball can be used as a surrogate to channel Reiki to Mother Earth. You can channel Reiki to your car before each journey by using the steering wheel of the car as a surrogate. When performing Reiki with people, using a surrogate, you may find that you prefer to use a teddy bear, as you are able to work more precisely with the various hand positions and chakras. For example, if a person has an injured right leg, you can spend more time working with the surrogate teddy bear's right leg. Another method is as follows. For example, you want to channel Reiki to your friend who is sick and has asked for a Reiki session and is in another country. First, you will find a photograph of your friend. Then you'll write down her name and the location she is in. Choose a time when you both will be able to relax and won't be disturbed. Place the photo and the piece of paper in your hands. If no one is able to see or hear you, you can set your intention out loud, adding that the photo and piece of paper will be used as a surrogate for your friend. You will then focus your attention on your friend and visualize her lying in her bed or sitting in a chair depending on what you've arranged with her. Holding the photo and piece of paper in your non-dominant hand, draw the complete Reiki sandwich over the top with your dominant hand. Remember to intone the symbols and hold the intention that it be for your friend's highest good. Close your hands together and imagine sending healing light to your friend. Keep your hands closed for at least 5 minutes. As you become more experienced, you will find that you will be able to intuitively work with the different energy levels. Once you have sent the Reiki, take a moment to thank Reiki and any guides who have assisted you in the session. Remember that the recipient is drawing in the Reiki and doing the healing. You are just a channel. They need to be aware and ready to work with you in the healing process. Make sure that they are open to receiving Reiki. Keep in mind that the symbols transcend time and space. You can set the intention that the Reiki energy is channeled for a specific amount of time over a number of days. As long as the recipient takes the time each day to tune into your Reiki signal, they will receive and benefit from the energy. The thigh and knee method. Another method often used for distance healing is the thigh and knee method. You will want to be seated to perform this treatment. You will consider your right knee and thigh the surrogate for the head and front of the body of your client. Your right knee is your client's head, the middle of your right thigh is your client's body, and the remainder of your right thigh is your client's legs and feet. The left knee and thigh will represent the back of your client's head and body. Your left knee is the back of your client's head, your left mid-thigh is your client's back, and the rest of your left thigh represents the back of your client's legs and feet. This session usually takes approximately 15 minutes to complete. Using your left hand for the left knee and thigh and your right hand for the right knee and thigh, you can work with the 3 positions for approximately 5 minutes each. You can draw or visualize the 3 Usui symbols with each hand position. Remember to intone the words of each symbol 3 times. You will then complete the session as usual by thanking Reiki energy and sweep the recipient's aura by rubbing your knees and thighs. There are 2 basic ways of using visualization to perform distance healing. The first involves visualizing the person who wishes to receive Reiki. First, you will want to close your eyes and set your intention. Repeat the recipient's name 3 times to focus your mind and establish a connection between yourself and the recipient. Imagine the recipient in a miniature form resting in the palms of your hands. Open your eyes and project the symbols from your third eye onto the recipient resting in the palm of your hands. Alternatively, you can place the recipient in one hand and draw the symbols over them with the other hand. Remember to intone the name of the symbols 3 times and include the intention that it be for the recipient's highest good. Gently cup your hands together. Keep your hands closed for 5 to 10 minutes or until you intuitively feel the session is complete. You can visualize a healing light enveloping the recipient. Close your eyes and transport the recipient back to their location. Say goodbye to the recipient, leaving the healing light with them to continue and complete the healing process. Complete the session by thanking Reiki energy and make sure to wash your hands in cold running water once you are finished. In this example, assume you have a friend with a child who has chickenpox and has asked for a distance session. Close your eyes and visualize being in your friend's home. Have the child lie down on a bed or couch. Set your intention and then project the 3 Usui symbols onto the child while intoning their names. You will conduct a complete session in your mind's eye. Visualize a healing light enveloping the child. Say goodbye, leaving the healing light with the child to continue and complete the healing process. Complete the session by thanking Reiki energy. In your mind, return to your home or office and open your eyes. Remember to wash your hands under cold running water once you're finished. This concludes Reiki Level 2, using Reiki from a distance. Reiki Level 2. Traditional Distance Reiki Session. Note: whenever you perform distance Reiki, your intuition or imagination is very helpful because you will not receive instant feedback from the recipient during the session as you normally would if the session was in person. Step number 1. Ask for permission to perform a distance Reiki session on the recipient. When you are conducting a Reiki session with someone in person, it is safe to assume that you have their permission to work with them. However, when we perform a distance Reiki session, you need to ensure that whenever possible, they may be seriously ill and unable to talk to you, you have the recipient's or a close family member of the recipient's permission to channel Reiki to them in order to maintain an ethical practice and integrity as a practitioner. The decision of whether to conduct a Reiki session with someone, no matter how much you feel they need one, must remain with the individual. Never force your positive intentions to channel Reiki on someone else against their will. If your offer of Reiki is refused by one person, you can always find someone who does want to receive the Reiki energy. Normally, a person in need of Reiki will contact you for a session. This request for a session, either in person or from a distance, gives you permission to conduct a Reiki session. In some cases, you will receive a request for distance Reiki on another person's behalf. If you aren't sure that you have the person's consent, you can choose to do one of the following. If you've decided never to send Reiki to anyone, unless they request it personally, you can simply refuse to conduct a Reiki session. Note, this is recommended when working with other Reiki practitioners, as they will have no difficulties asking for a session when they need one. Another option is using Reiki, connect with the person and get their consent intuitively. You can do this by meditating and creating a picture in your mind of the person with whom you want to connect. In your mind's eye, ask them the question, "Do you want to receive long-distance Reiki from me?" If you get a clear yes or no, then proceed accordingly. If you receive an urgent or desperate request on another person's behalf, such as "Please help my father, son, or sister who is suffering from so-and-so disease," you can use the intuitive approach to see if you can proceed. Or in the case that you need to proceed immediately, you can set the intention before you conduct the Reiki session that it be for their highest good. You can also conduct Reiki with a specific intent so that it flows only where it is desired. In other words, you can channel Reiki without explicit approval. But you need to first make sure that it is clear in your mind that if the recipient does not want Reiki, that the energy will go where it is wanted. For example, you might say, "I am sending this energy to Jane, but if she does not want or need it, let it go to someone or some event situation that does need it." You may have strong feelings one way or another about getting permission to channel Reiki. Follow what feels right for you, and remember these are only guidelines. All over the world, people pray for one another without necessarily asking if the recipient wants that prayer. Some practitioners use this logic to channel Reiki without getting permission, but most agree that the path of most integrity requires getting permission. If you find that you often want to channel Reiki to those who do not wish to receive it, the person you need to work with is you. The traditional distance Reiki method. This is the basic Reiki distance healing method using a photograph. Remember, these examples serve as a guide. You will want to try many different methods until you find the one that you feel suits you the best. You will confirm that you have the recipient's permission to send distance Reiki. Holding the photo of the recipient in your hands, with the image pointing up, mentally draw the symbols on top of that photo while intoning their names out loud 3 times each to create your virtual Reiki sandwich. You will use Chokure, Seihai Ki, Ansha Shonen, and Chokure again. You will say out loud the name of the recipient 3 times as you close your hands gently together to cover the photo. Imagine being in the room with that person so you can see the recipient in your mind, sitting or lying down and ready to begin the session. Visually draw the virtual Reiki sandwich on the body of the recipient, intoning the names of the symbols 3 times. You will conduct a complete Reiki session in your mind exactly as you would in an in-person session. You can accelerate the session so that it takes a few minutes to complete. Remember to pay special attention to any places you are intuitively drawn to on the recipient's body. Once the session is complete, you'll cleanse the recipient's aura. Wash your hands in cold running water and ground yourself. Remember to thank Reiki and your guides for participating in the distance Reiki session. Remember, this is only a guide. You will come across many different Reiki practitioners and masters that will offer variations on every Reiki technique, including distance work. As always, intention is the key to success. There is no right or wrong way to conduct your distance sessions. Interestingly, Dr. Mikao Usui's preferred distance method uses the visualization technique of photographs, if available, to send Reiki to people at a distance, even if the distance is just another room in the same building. This concludes Reiki Level 2, Traditional Distance Reiki Session. Reiki Level 2. Examples of channeling distance Reiki. As we know from our study of Level 1 Reiki, when we think about using Reiki on ourselves or others, we know Reiki will automatically start to flow through us as Reiki practitioners. We can channel or focus the Reiki energy by either placing our hands on or above ourselves or someone else. One of the most exciting things about becoming a Reiki 2 practitioner is we now move into a whole new realm where the restrictions of time and distance no longer exist. We have the power, tools, and techniques as advanced practitioners to channel Reiki to a person or group, even if we are located on the other side of the world. In fact, we can now channel Reiki to the past, present, or a future event or situation. The majority of distance Reiki sessions will involve you channeling Reiki to another person over either a short or long distance. The recipient may be at their home, or in a hospital in another country suffering from an illness. Or they may be in need of an energy boost, or want relief from a stressful situation. The distance doesn't matter. It could be 1 mile or 12,000 miles away, because Reiki can transcend any distance. Reiki can be channeled into the future to important events such as a wedding, a driving test, exams, competitions, job interviews, doctor or dental appointments, etc. Because you may not always be available at a particular time to conduct a Reiki session with someone or even yourself, this technique is a wonderful way to ensure that the power of Reiki is flowing at that special event to help you or the recipient, should it be for your or their highest good. When you channel Reiki, you can state the time, place, and person who is to receive the Reiki, and the situation if you know that information. For example, if you wanted to channel Reiki to your teenage daughter who is about to sit a number of important exams over a period of 3 weeks, so she could get the results she required for entrance into her chosen college or university, you could use her printed copy of the exam timetable and a photo of your daughter as the surrogate. Place the surrogate items in your hand, draw or visualize the Reiki sandwich on the documents, and state, "I ask that the power and wisdom of Reiki is in and around my daughter," insert her name, "as she takes the following examinations," insert the date and times of the exams, "at her school, located at," and insert the address of the school. "I ask that the loving, healing light of Reiki bring calm, clarity, and focus to her so that she can achieve her desired examination results and gain access to," insert name of college or university. "I also ask that Reiki envelops her with a bubble of healing white light, protecting her from the negative energy of any fellow students in and around her in the examination room." In the example above, the daughter would have still needed to study and prepare properly for the examinations. Reiki can bring calm, focus, and the correct state of mind to the daughter, but it will not answer the questions correctly for her. Channeling Reiki to the past. The ability to channel Reiki to the past allows you to help heal previous events, experiences, and situations. Of course, channeling Reiki back along a person's timeline will not alter history, but it can balance what occurs as a result of the past events. People tend to hold on to previous experiences, both positive and negative, with much of the healing done in the present moment, actually working with the baggage carried forward from the past. For example, suppose that you have been suffering for many years from knee pain as a result of a past sporting injury. You can return to the scene of the accident in your imagination and channel Reiki to yourself in the event. You will want to set your intention for the specific past experience or time period you want to focus on during the Reiki session. Remember, you can channel Reiki to a single moment in time or to a period of time. Channeling Reiki to yourself. You can use distance Reiki in your own life and on yourself in a number of ways, including your past. Channel Reiki back along your past timeline to any events or situations when you experienced pain or suffering. Channeling Reiki energy to those difficult times in the past can bring relief and remove any blockages that may be affecting you now in the present. Balancing the past can be both cathartic and liberating and open up a whole new future for you. If you find yourself getting emotional when you're performing Reiki on past events, allow the emotions to rise and be released. You're present when tired and in need of an energy boost. You can try meditating for a few minutes and channeling Reiki to yourself. Experience the beautiful healing white light of Reiki energy entering through your crown chakra and enveloping your whole body, bathing every cell in your body with healing Reiki energy. Your future. Channel Reiki to your future self 1 day, week, month, or even years into your future. You can focus on one event in your future, such as vacation, retirement, and wedding, or just channel Reiki to the future with no event or time frame in mind, while asking Reiki to guide you in your future so that you attract success and happiness. Sometimes, when you channel Reiki to yourself in the past, present, or future, you will receive a message, an acknowledgement, or validation. This can be positive and can be a sound or voice in your head, an image, or you may sense a new feeling of calm or positive energy. Reiki can be channeled to any place, situation, event, or area in the world. For example, to Mother Earth. The Earth provides us with everything we need to survive. One way we can treat this life-sustaining planet with love and respect is by channeling Reiki to her. You can channel Reiki to the Earth in a general way, and the energy will be drawn in where needed. Or you can channel Reiki to specific places on the Earth, such as continents, oceans, forests, or wherever you are drawn to channel the energy. You can also help to heal conflicts and major accidents or mindless attacks, such as the following: road, rail, air traffic accidents. The next time you hear of an accident or pass an accident on the road, you can channel Reiki to all of the people involved. War zones. Channel Reiki to all of the victims of war with an intention of bringing about a peaceful resolution and reconciliation. Terrorist attacks. We share the planet with some groups and individuals with a different frequency. To increase the awareness, you can channel Reiki to all the victims, relatives, and friends who are being affected. Political situations. During contentious elections or meetings of powerful groups that can have an impact on millions of people or even the world, like the G8 or UN, you can channel Reiki so that the differences among political parties with the different ideologies are balanced and decisions are made that benefit the highest good of all humanity. When you channel Reiki to any of these situations listed above, you can use the same techniques you use in any other distance Reiki session. It would be impossible to get permission from everyone involved in such an event or situation, so to preserve your integrity and ethical standpoint about only conducting Reiki if you are asked or have received permission to do so, you can intend that Reiki go to all who want it and would benefit from it. You're not channeling Reiki to any particular individual, but making this healing energy available to those who need it most. As your Reiki practice grows and your time becomes more limited, you will need to find creative ways to juggle the workload. One of the ways you can save time while still providing effective sessions to your clients is to channel Reiki regularly to multiple people and/or events or situations. For example, you may have several clients overseas who want you to channel Reiki to them every day for a month, in addition to others asking you to channel Reiki to events in the future, such as weddings, etc. You have the ability to combine several requests together and channel Reiki to them at the same time. You can channel distance Reiki to numerous people, events, etc. in a number of ways, including a Reiki box. To use this technique, you will write down the names of the people or situations you are channeling Reiki to, including any times and dates that the focus of the energy needs to be on, and put the card or paper with the names into a box, along with any photographs if you have them. You will channel Reiki to the box regularly with the intent that all individuals and events the box holds will benefit from the energy. Note that you can use a bowl or any other object as long as it is intended for Reiki. You can keep the Reiki box in a special place and could consider surrounding it with crystals. You will want to try to set aside a time every day to channel Reiki to the people, events, etc. stored within the box. You may find that many of the requests for Reiki stay in the box for a few weeks, while others remain in the box forever. Remember to include your own wishes, worries, any personal goals that you're working on, physical issues you're addressing, etc. Family members and friends who are ill or challenged in life who have asked for Reiki can also be included in your Reiki box. Every day or so you can read through all of the cards in the box and channel distance Reiki to all of the people in it, all at once to help them heal. As you receive feedback from the individuals in the Reiki box, and using your intuition, you can remove some of the cards once Reiki has completed its work. A crystal grid. You can charge crystals with Reiki energy and place them in a set pattern and with a specific intention. Crystals are used to enhance the energy channeled from a distance. You can use boards with photos and names of the people to be healed. Use a bulletin board or any other surface where you can attach the names or photos of people requesting Reiki. You can beam the energy to the requests on the board. As with all things involving Reiki, the key to success is your intention. This concludes Reiki Level 2, Examples of Channeling Distance Reiki. Reiki Level 2, Creating Your Mental Reiki Room. Just as you have a physical place where you meditate and perform Reiki on yourself and others, it can be very helpful to have a mental space where you can perform distance Reiki and find peace. This meditation will help you to create a Reiki space in your mind's eye that you can effectively use to conduct Reiki sessions, meditate, and connect with your intuition. Try to find a space where you can move freely to complete this meditation. Begin seated or lying down. Close your eyes. Take a few deep breaths, focusing on feeling the air enter your body and fill your chest. Feel your toes relax and allow that relaxation to spread through your feet. Concentrate on your calves. Feel them release. Remember to breathe. Your thighs relax, and that wave spreads up through your torso. With your exhale, your chest and back release. The calm spreads down through your arms and hands. Focus on your breathing. In and out. Your neck relaxes and the muscles in your face and head release. All is well. Now imagine that you are outside, surrounded by nature. This place is one where you feel at ease. It may be by water or in a field of flowers. It might be in a forest or a meadow. You feel calm here. Now focus on your root chakra at the base of your spine. See the energy spinning like a fan, emanating the deep color of red. Take a few deep breaths. Move your focus up to your sacral chakra, located just below your navel. Watch as the orange ball of energy swirls. Take a moment and breathe. Shift your focus up to your solar plexus chakra. Feel the yellow energy moving and turning around and around. Breathe. Now focus on your heart chakra. Breathe into the green circle of energy, allowing it to expand. Continue to breathe into your heart center. Now pay attention to your throat chakra. Watch the shades of blue spin. Take a few moments to just be. Move your focus to your third eye chakra. Feel the energy emanating through the front and back of your head. Breathe and allow that energy to circle. Focus on your crown chakra. Watch as the ball of white light shines and emanates a pure, bright light. Breathe. Your attention is guided back to your surroundings. You notice there's a path, and you begin walking it. The path meanders, and you are led to some steps. You climb them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you arrive at a clearing. This is where you will build your Reiki healing room. Decide on what the building will look like and what it will be made of. Any materials are at your disposal. It could be one room. It could be a log cabin, a modern home, a teepee. It could have a swimming pool. It could be made of bricks and resemble a clinic. The choice is yours. Allow your intuition to guide you. The materials will appear as you need them. Begin building. You may find it helpful to open your eyes, get up out of your position, and find some space and go through the motions of building your space. Make sure your physical surroundings give you the space to move and be safe if you close your eyes again. You build the outer walls of your Reiki space. You may have windows or not. Take the time to build those walls. This is your space. You create your door that only you will enter through. This door will be hidden and not accessible by anyone but you. The door may be ancient, it may be modern, it may be natural. Now you will create your door for clients or others that you invite in. This can be an ornate ancient carved door, or it may be a modern glass door with an electronic access. Again, the choice is yours. Over the client door, you will install a light that shines down on your door and your clients or those you invite into your Reiki space. This light will serve as a gatekeeper and will only allow those who will benefit from being in your Reiki space, as well as keep any energy or individuals out who would not serve your highest good. You will set that light to shine bright on those you welcome to your space. It will also help individuals release any thoughts, memories, or energy that is no longer serving their highest good. You enter your Reiki space. Look around. Envision how this space will serve you and the good work you will do on yourself and others. Begin putting up the walls of your rooms, painting them, adding decorations. You may want a treatment table in your Reiki room. You may want a couch in your lounge area for talking with clients and individuals you invite into your healing area. You may find that additional rooms make themselves known, such as an exercise room, or an office, or a place you can meditate. Put the finishing touches on your space. If you need more time, you may pause this. Now sit in your Reiki space and intend that the power and wisdom of Reiki permeate this space and those who enter it. This will be a place for you to find peace and clarity. You may find this as an effective space for you to hold distance Reiki sessions. This is also a space where you can invite those individuals in with whom you need to find balance and resolution. You may also find this space a place where you can find guidance. In order to enter this space from now on, you can first imagine you are surrounded by nature. Then you will meditate on your chakras as we did earlier. Then you will follow the path and steps to your space. You can spend as much time in this space as you choose, and may find that your intuition connects strongly with you there. When you are ready to leave, you leave through your door. This space that you have created may change over time, but it will always be there for you. That concludes Reiki Level 2, your Reiki space. Reiki Level 2. Past lives and Reiki. At birth, to some extent, we already have stored behavioral traits, attitudes, fears, illnesses, and beliefs from our parents, ancestors, religions, and past memories. These inherited traits can cause imbalances that affect our lives. A person, for example, may have had a paralyzing fear of fire from a very young age, or another individual could have numerous unexplained symptoms that will not resolve. In these cases, inherited memory could be the trigger. Modern science has only decoded a very small portion of our genetic code, for example, 5 inches of a 6-foot strand, and it is thought that this information is likely stored somewhere along the strand. Regardless of location, Reiki can effectively work to balance this information. In such cases, the memories are not your past life experiences. Rather, they are cellular memories and traits that have been passed on from previous generations that are not necessarily within your bloodline. Like your eye color and instinctual traits that keep you alive, you also have inherent beliefs and tendencies imprinted on your genetic code. For the most part, the genetic code is not fixed and can be modified. Reiki can help to balance what is occurring between the body-mind at this time and the many influences from the past that are affecting it. This can include physical traits or hereditary illnesses passed on, cultural behavior patterns, inherited religious dogma or fears, past traumas, major events, disasters, and environmental factors from man-made things such as genetically modified foods and pollution. In some cases, these traits or tendencies can be connected to an imbalance on a physical level. In others, these past influences can be influencing mental, emotional, and energetic aspects. Reiki can help to balance the hereditary trait in connection to the body-mind so that the information can be processed and utilized constructively when needed and no longer has an unconscious effect on the individual. The Seihai key symbol can be used to help address these triggers. Some practitioners find working at the crown chakra and using the mental-emotional symbol or the master symbol, once you're attuned and familiar with it, to focus the Reiki energy very powerful. You may find during a session you receive images or memories from a time past. It is helpful to know that this is likely an inherited memory that is ready to be balanced. If you do receive such information during a session, try to be general when discussing this with your client. Hearing that there was a memory of being burned in Salem is not something someone may want to hear, and they may attach to it, which will have an effect on the clearing of it. Broad statements such as, "We were working with some residual fears around being judged," are much preferred. Remember that Reiki will go where needed, when it is needed, and no additional techniques are required to do this powerful work. This concludes Reiki Level 2, Past Lives, and Reiki. Reiki Level 2. Using Reiki to manifest goals. Goals make the difference between success and failure in life. Reiki can empower your goals, dreams, and desires. Write your goal on a piece of paper. Be very specific. A goal should be set in the positive. Include all the facts, dates, names, etc., as well as how you will feel once you've reached that goal. If you have read or watched the book, movie, The Secret, you would have heard of the law of attraction. In a nutshell, the law of attraction operates under the premise that we can have anything we want in life. We just need to hold space for that thought or vibration, and the universe will deliver all of our goals, dreams, and desires to us. By holding positive energy, we attract positive results. It's that simple. This should sound very familiar to you as a Reiki practitioner. The law of attraction works with universal life force. You can as well by using your Reiki skills, knowledge, and harnessing the power of Reiki to deliver your dreams and desires. If you can clearly see in your mind your goals, dreams, and desires, and you vibrate with the frequency of having those achievements, you will attract everything you desire with the power of Reiki. One technique to use when manifesting goals is to draw the complete Reiki sandwich over the top of your goal. Reiki the paper for several minutes. Carry the piece of paper with you in your purse or wallet. Reiki the paper several times a day. Remember to hold the intent that it be for the highest good. Preparing to work with a client. You can clear any negative energy and raise the vibration of the room by using the Chokure symbol. Mentally, draw the Chokure symbol on the walls, ceiling, floor, furniture, crystals, and candles. When your client arrives, project the Chokure symbol onto their third eye chakra to relax and prepare them for the session. Always mentally draw or project the symbols onto your hands before you begin the session. Visualize the symbols entering your client's body through each chakra and every hand position. Remember to include the intent that it be for their highest good. Positive affirmations. If you are working on a specific condition with a recipient, you can try incorporating positive affirmations. For example, if your client wants to stop smoking, you can ask your client to silently intone at regular intervals throughout the session, "I now release the need to smoke cigarettes." You, the practitioner, can also intone the same affirmation with each new hand position. Pay particular attention to the third eye chakra. Remember that the Seihai key can be used for addictions. Alternatively, you can write the positive affirmation on a piece of paper and have your client hold it throughout the session. When the session is complete, the recipient can take it home with them and keep it in their purse or wallet. Have them read it on a daily basis. This concludes Reiki Level 2, using Reiki to manifest goals. Reiki Level 2, how Reiki can help you solve your problems. When you have an imbalance in your body or life, how do you usually handle it? Most of us will seek external solutions, whether it is adding a new supplement to our diet or changing jobs. Although there's nothing wrong with taking action, and many times these actions lead to other positive changes, you need to consider the progression imbalance takes in our lives. Before any invention is created, it starts off as an idea. Where that idea comes from is still not scientifically validated, so for now, we will call it the collective. So, an inventor pulls an idea from the collective. She then creates a design, blueprint or prototype, and hires the necessary people to construct the invention. At the end of this progression, a physical product is made that reflects the initial idea. We tend to approach problems at the product level rather than the thought that conceived it. Remember that the product reflects the idea. Our bodies are constantly replicating. You have a new heart every 20 years, new lungs every 2 to 3 weeks, and new taste buds every 10 days. Why is it that a body part regenerates itself in a flawed condition? It's because the cells are creating a product that is a reflection of the idea. In our body's case, this is called a morphogenic field. Rather than focusing on fixing the knee, which of course can be necessary, a focus on balancing the blueprint of the knee will ensure that the actual product is balanced as a result. The positive thing to remember is that with Reiki and some other alternative modalities, you are working at the level of the intuitive higher self. Your focus is not on diagnosing or finding a solution. Rather, it is to be in balance and allow Reiki energy to flow where it is needed. List 3 things you would like to see change in. It can be a physical aspect of your body, a belief system that is no longer serving you, or an aspect of your life you are dissatisfied with. Take 10 minutes and perform a Reiki session on yourself with the intent that one item on your list is addressed. After 10 minutes, move on to your second item and perform Reiki on yourself with the focus on that item. Then, perform a Reiki session on the third item on your list. Make notes on any thoughts or feelings that came to mind during your session. If you make a habit of addressing imbalances this way, in addition to any external actions you take, you will be pleasantly surprised at the shifts your body, mind, and life experience. This concludes Reiki Level 2, how Reiki can help you solve your problems. Reiki Level 2, using Reiki with other modalities. Reiki can complement and enhance the effectiveness of almost any other method of healing you may currently be working with or may work with in the future. Reiki energy balances the subtle frequencies of the person's energetic body. Reiki can be combined with any other therapy to achieve deeper and more profound healing. For example, combining Reiki with NLP and hypnosis can help to enhance a session by allowing the recipient to relax deeply and easily with Reiki, so that they are open at an unconscious level to the positive suggestions of change delivered with NLP and hypnosis. Remember, if you are going to combine healing modalities, you must first explain to the recipient what you intend to do during the session and get permission from them to use more than just Reiki. Reiki will go where it is needed and do what is needed to facilitate change and healing on its own, but you can combine it if you feel called to do so. Below are a couple of examples of how you can combine Reiki with other healing modalities, but remember, you are only limited by your imagination. Reiki and focusing. Most people today are aware of the direct connection between the body and mind as it relates to health and well-being. We store feelings and emotions in our bodies. When these feelings and emotions are left to fester, they can lead to unhappiness, sickness, and disease. Instead of listening to the body's early warning signs, such as aches and pains, which are trying desperately to communicate with us, most people will opt instead to take a painkiller to alleviate and suppress the ailment. Issues, emotions, and feelings that need to be dealt with are locked away and left to cause physical and emotional damage. The body-mind is thrown into a state of imbalance. The cure for the pain is in the pain. Through the art of focusing, we can communicate with the body-mind and release the blockages and destructive emotions. Health, well-being, and balance follows. Learning to communicate and understand your body-mind is vitally important in the search for longevity and happiness. Focus for self-healing. Sit or lie down in a comfortable position. Close your eyes. Focus on your breathing. Begin a normal Reiki self-treatment. When you've completed the self-treatment, rest both hands across your chest, covering your heart. Focus your awareness inside. Imagine placing a microscopic version of yourself underneath your hands. Feel how safe and relaxed you feel. Allow the miniature version of yourself to travel all over your body, from the tips of your toes to the top of your head. Notice any aches or pains that have appeared. If nothing appears, look again. You may find an ache or pain on the second or third scan. Focus on the pain and stay with it for a few moments. Say hello to the pain. Thank the part of your body that has come to talk to you today. Notice what color it is. Notice what shape it has. If that part could communicate with you and could say only one word, what would that be? Focus on the word. Ask the word when it first entered your body. You will normally invoke a memory. You may get tearful and emotional. You may want to cry, shout, or scream. Allow it to be released. Continue the conversation with the part of your body until you have resolved the problem, emotion, or issue. Use Reiki to heal the area. If you find it is too difficult to talk and continue the conversation, channel Reiki to the situation so it can heal it for you with its infinite wisdom. Complete the session with an aura sweep. Sometimes you may find that these issues are left over from past lives or childhood. You can use the complete Reiki sandwich to balance and remove the emotional and physical pain. This is an extremely powerful technique. If you find it too difficult to work directly with your various issues, write them down on a piece of paper and channel Reiki to them. As you release the emotional blockages and residue, you will feel a new sense of peace and well-being. Remember to heal yourself first, then your family, then your friends and others. This technique can be adapted and used to treat others as well. Timeline Reiki. This technique is based on a mixture of Reiki and neurolinguistic programming. It allows you to travel into your future and create the life you want for yourself. Sit or lie down in a comfortable position. Close your eyes. Focus on your breathing. Begin a normal Reiki self-treatment. Work from positions 1 through 7. When you have finished working on the heart chakra, rest both hands across your chest, covering your heart. Visualize a small opening appear in your crown chakra. Float upwards through the opening and hover just above your body. Look down and visualize your life timeline. Typically, you will see images relating to past memories and future expectations. Normally, the future projects forward, while the past extends behind you. Whatever is right for you will appear. Float gently above your timeline. Move forward until you reach the end of your timeline. If your timeline has ended before you can see that you have reached an old age or achieved your full potential, project the complete Reiki sandwich onto your timeline. Take hold of your timeline and stretch it out to add longevity, well-being, and a rich, fulfilling future. Look back along your timeline and review your life. See if you're satisfied with how you've led your life. Did you reach your full potential? Did you make a worthwhile contribution to the world? Would you like to change anything about your life? If you find parts of your future timeline you want to change, project the complete Reiki sandwich onto that part. Visualize the infinite wisdom of Reiki dissolving the unwanted part of your future and replacing it with a new, more positive, enriching, and fulfilling part. Look back along your timeline again and feel and visualize a happier, more fulfilling future. Envelop your timeline in the healing, guiding light of Reiki. Look forward at the wise person you will become. Notice the future you has a gift for you. It may be words of wisdom or something that is very important to you on a personal level. Take your gift and give thanks to your future self for this wonderful present. Take a moment to assimilate and appreciate this information. Gently float back along your timeline to the present you, reviewing your new future timeline along the way until you come to a stop above yourself in the present time. Look back to your past. See a younger you who once anticipated the present you. Channel Reiki back with its infinite wisdom. Then look into the future and see the future you who is expecting you. Channel Reiki into the future. Gently float back down through the opening in your crown chakra. Bring your awareness and your gift back down to your heart chakra beneath your hands. Place the gift you received from your future wise self into your heart chakra. Feel, sense, experience the new you. Use this gift wisely. Allow the process of transformation and change to begin. Complete the Reiki session by conducting a Reiki self-treatment. When ready, gently open your eyes. Timeline Reiki can be adapted to be used with other people as well. This concludes Reiki Level 2, using Reiki with other modalities. Reiki Level 2, when a client does not feel Reiki. You just performed an amazing Reiki session on a new client. In your mind's eye, you saw many shifts occur during the treatment and received some clear messages about the shifts that would continue to occur for this individual. After wrapping up the session, you ask your client how they are feeling, and they reply, "Fine, but I didn't feel anything during the session." New practitioners are likely to scream inwardly, their fears as a novice being brought to light, while seasoned practitioners will likely smile a knowing smile. Remember that shift happens, and it does not need to be accompanied by bells, whistles, and flashing lights to occur. Reiki energy can be very powerful and does not need to make its presence known while healing and supporting the receiver on all levels. That being said, in order to assist your client's experience, it's a good idea to prepare them for whatever may or may not occur during a Reiki session. In your intake, which should include a client history form, you may want to say something like, "People sometimes notice physical sensations such as feeling tingling or changes in temperature, seeing colors, feeling light or heavy within the body, feeling sleepy or relaxed. Others may not feel any sensations at all, which is completely acceptable." At the end of the session, you can discuss what your client experienced. This is another chance for you to reassure them that the session was effective. You will also want to alert your client to the possibility that they may find it takes their body-mind some time to process the session. Like stirring a pot of minestrone, all of the goodies rise to the surface. When a client returns, you want to review their intake form with them by asking about the situations that brought them in for healing. For example, if the client ranked their relationship with their husband at a 9 on their intake form, you may ask, regarding your relationship with your husband, if a score of 10 is impossible and a score of 0 is perfect, what number would you give your relationship now? In most cases, the client will reply with an improved number. In that case, you can respond with, "Great, I'm so happy that it's shifted since our last session. You'd given it a 9 last time." Clients usually forget when things improve. They'll say, "I completely forgot I had troubles with that." So this reminder is helpful in assuring them that the sessions are effective. A comprehensive intake and outtake ensures the client has clear expectations and an understanding of what the Reiki session can look like. As the practitioner, you need to trust that the session always turns out exactly as it needs to for that client. You need to remember that you are the witness of the Reiki energy and are not directing it or deciding what it heals. You need to understand that you will attract the clients that you can help the most. So if they do not feel shifts during a session, that still means the session has benefited them and is in the interest of their highest good. You also need to make sure your ego is not tricking you into believing that your results need to look a certain way. Remember, you are a powerful practitioner and your work is helping to heal the world. This concludes Reiki Level 2, when a client does not feel Reiki. Reiki Level 2, using Reiki with animals. As we learned in Level 1, Reiki can be used on every living thing for healing, personal development, deep relaxation, and stress relief. Animals are particularly receptive to Reiki energy. As an advanced Reiki practitioner, you now have the tools and techniques to provide the service professionally to people or organizations that care for and work with animals. Reiki is a very effective therapy for animals, for exactly the same reasons it works so well on people. Animal Reiki is an extremely popular and rewarding niche, which more and more Reiki practitioners are adding to their Reiki practice. You can give Reiki to animals in a number of situations. When they are ill, Reiki helps the healing process and works with any type of medical, veterinary intervention. When they are young or old, you can use Reiki on animals of any age or situation. When they have been through a trauma, animals can use loving energy after they've experienced any type of abuse, loss, or move, if they seem to exhibit depression or other behavioral disorders. Even if you don't know what the problem is, you can use Reiki to help. Animals respond differently to Reiki depending on their type of illness, personality, and how well they know and trust you. There are a number of key indicators to look for so you can better understand and intuitively read if you have a good relationship with the animal and it is safe and okay to perform Reiki on the animal. They are as follows. An animal may bark, growl, screech, fly, hiss, buck, or run away as a way of telling you it doesn't want to be touched. If this happens, and you know the animal is sick or in pain and needs Reiki, then you can still work with the animal by using distance Reiki. An animal may let you perform hands-on Reiki, but then after a while shift positions or look at you in a funny way. Move your hands a few inches above the body, scan the aura and other parts of the animal's body, and continue treating the animal with Reiki, if you intuitively feel that it's still needed. An animal may tell you it wants Reiki by coming near you when you are giving Reiki to yourself or someone else. If you have a good relationship with the animal, you may find it will move itself so that you can perform Reiki on the exact spot or position it needs to be. So if the animal moves or appears to be fidgeting, just keep your hands in the same position just above the animal's body while it adjusts itself. Once it stops moving, gently place your hands on the animal and continue the session. If at any time you sense a change in the animal's mood or energy and are concerned for your own safety, stop the session immediately and continue sending Reiki from a safe distance. Remember, all these suggestions are just guidelines. It is key that you use your own intuition and just go with what you're drawn to. The animal will sense your positive, loving energy towards it and respond accordingly. If you feel comfortable or get an intuitive message to get closer to an animal, you can then try performing Reiki with your hands hovering above the pet, moving gradually into an actual hands-on session. Adapt the Reiki 1 and 2 techniques used for humans for treating animals. Because animals can't give their express permission for you to perform Reiki, make sure you approach any animal in a slow and respectful manner when starting to give Reiki. Doing so gives the animal the opportunity to understand what you're doing and lets the animal make his feelings known. You may want to start by beaming Reiki to the animal from across the room, or sending distance Reiki. These distance techniques may be sufficient for treating an animal, and the safest for you as a Reiki practitioner if you're treating large or exotic animals. Intention, as always, is the single most important factor in the success of an animal Reiki treatment. Your intention should be for the highest level of healing for the animal, and that you can be used as a pure channel for the Reiki energy. Healing is not from you, but through you. Be clear about your role as a Reiki practitioner and why you are working with the animal. Distance Reiki can be performed from anywhere, so you do not need to be near the animal to do this. You can use this technique to address any trauma an animal might have suffered in the past, or to help the animal with any event in the future. You can beam Reiki from across the room. When you are working with an animal you don't know, start with beaming to connect with the animal from a safe distance. You and the animal then get a chance to connect with each other before moving closer. It can also be used as an effective method of working with animals in zoos, aquariums, or the wild. Reiki with hands hovering over the body. Some pets tolerate this type of Reiki for a longer period of time than hands-on Reiki, especially smaller pets where the weight of your hands can be uncomfortable and even painful if they are ill or distressed. Hands-on Reiki. You can adapt the standard Reiki level 1 hand positions for your pets or other animals. While some animals are much smaller, the basic idea of the anatomy is the same. Group Reiki. For larger animals, especially horses or large dogs, a few people can perform Reiki simultaneously, channeling love and healing at once. You will discover that when you give Reiki to a sick animal, you will also be helping their owner or human companion at the same time. Animal lovers often treat their pets like their own children and get just as distressed when their baby is ill or suffering. You may also find that by conducting a Reiki session with the owner, that the pet's condition improves. In some cases, animals can take on imbalances for their owners. Similar to working with a person, Reiki can often help an animal to recover from an illness. When nothing else can be done for an animal, such as in the case of old age, Reiki can also help the animal to pass peacefully. Reiki does not change the natural order of events, but it can help the transition and can also be used to assist the animal's owners with their loss and grief. This concludes Reiki Level 2, using Reiki with animals. Reiki Level 2. Reiki Level 2 Conclusion. Congratulations! You've reached the end of Level 2. In this course, you've explored a variety of ways that Reiki can help you enrich your life as well as the lives of others. The possibilities are endless. As an advanced practitioner, you may be considering starting your own Reiki practice. This is a very rewarding career choice. If you feel called to do so, there are resources that you may find helpful as you begin your practice. Visit the student area at www.onlinereikicourse.com, password Reiki Rocks, for additional resources. Regardless of whether you decide to continue your Reiki practice on a personal or professional level, please continue to perform Reiki on yourself each day. Even 10 minutes in the morning and evening will have such a positive difference. When you feel called to do so, you can move on to the master level, where you will learn how to attune others and share this wonderful gift. In love and light, Lisa. This concludes Reiki Level 2. Reiki Level 2 conclusion.
This video will show you how to access your Level 2 certificate and write the Reiki Level 2 quiz. If you've already completed the Reiki Level 1 quiz and received your certificate, the steps are going to be the same. So you're going to click on the link in the resources section of the lecture and then enroll for free. Now, because you've already created an account when you wrote the Level 1 quiz, you can click on I already have an account. Please note that if you've forgotten your password, you can just click on Forgot Password and an email will be sent to you to reset it. Once you're inside the course, you will complete the Level 2 quiz by selecting the correct answer and then clicking Check on the right-hand side of your screen and Next. Once you've completed the quiz, you'll receive a score. If it's above 80%, you can retrieve your certificate, and if it's below 80%, you'll just want to click on the retake button at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. You'll click Next, and you will see congratulations, generate your certificate, and then you will click on Get your certificate. And here is your Reiki Level 2 certificate. You can download the PDF as well as download print quality PDF to your computer. I recommend you do both. You can download it at the top right hand side of your screen, the download button, open with Adobe Acrobat, and save it to the file you choose. Congratulations on completing Level 2. I hope you're enjoying the course.
Reiki Master Level. Introduction to Master Level. To help you learn and understand the material, the lessons have been kept concise and simple. This guide is meant to help you begin your journey with Reiki. In this course, you will learn about the Master Symbol and how to use it. You will also learn how to attune others so that you can teach Reiki and share this amazing gift. Once you are a Reiki Master, your adventure with Reiki is just beginning. As a Reiki Master, you will continue to learn and raise your level of awareness. You can continue to help spread this gift by striving to live the 5 principles of Reiki. The more individuals in the world that teach Reiki, the more people will benefit from this tool for healing and enlightenment. Reiki can help to raise our consciousness and heal the mentality of lack and conflict that plague our world. In the past, to become a Reiki Master would cost thousands of dollars. A shift has occurred which allows any individual who is interested to be able to access this gift that is our birthright. The desire to continue to grow and evolve as a loving and kind person, as well as help others, are the only prerequisites to becoming an Usui Reiki Master Teacher. I am honored and blessed to be on this journey with you. Let your journey begin. This concludes Reiki Master Level, Introduction to Master Level. This meditation will assist you in meeting your Reiki guides. Your guide represents your connection to universal consciousness and will help you in your Reiki sessions as well as whenever you request guidance. Open your mind. Close your eyes. Take 4 deep breaths. You are floating in a small boat on a dark, still lake. The boat drifts silently in the full moonlight, carrying you forward to an island in the middle of the lake. Mist along the shoreline rises up to greet you. Breathe deeply. Feel the coolness of the evening refresh you. you step out of the boat onto a sandy shore. You tie your boat to an old cedar tree. You climb a narrow path among the rocks to the top of a great windswept plain. Just ahead in the distance, there's a large round hill rising from the grassy plain. The darkness of the night and the clouds keep the top of the hill hidden even in the light of the full moon. You notice a path spiraling upward. You begin walking up the spiral path. Slowly and carefully, you start to climb. As you climb higher, the air seems thinner. You slow your pace, and you start to feel the energy. The path starts to narrow. You now realize you are close to the top. As you take a few final steps, you find yourself on smooth, level ground at the top of the hill. Dark clouds that block the moonlight begin to shift and allow the moonlight to show you what lies ahead. You notice a round, small rock building with a window and a light inside. The light illuminates the entrance through a narrow rock pass. You move closer. You have to pass between the narrow rock gap, and you notice the Reiki symbols on the wall. Now take a deep breath and listen. You can hear the sound of wind chimes. As you come close to the round rock building, you notice it has no door entrance. Then you see a large, flat stone. It looks like an area to sit, and there is a small, glowing pile of ashes to warm yourself. You sit down and warm yourself. Then you hear a sound like large stones rubbing together, and you notice an entrance appearing in the round rock building. A bright light is beaming out. Emerging from this light is your Reiki guide. Your guide comes to you and sits across from you. You can now speak with your guide and get to know each other. Take time now and pause this meditation to spend time with your guide. This is your Reiki guide. Now you and your guide start down the mountain path and get into your boat and return to your physical plane. Take your time. Breathe deeply. Gently begin moving your fingers and toes. Open your eyes. Rest, knowing that you have access to your guide whenever you need assistance. Reiki Master Level, Symbology, and Reiki. There are 3 different groups or types of symbols. Each group or type of symbol has its own unique set of beliefs regarding the nature of these symbolic forms. In the first group of symbols, their power lies in their form. Sacred geometry, or tattvas, are examples of this. Tattvas and to some degree, yantra mandalas are tools that can help one to center or ground themselves and achieve a specific state of consciousness. The shape or form can stimulate the subconscious mind and energetic body. These symbols are also said to transmit information. The second group of symbols operate under the notion that certain objects and symbols, like a rosary or prayer beads, can be charged with intention, ritual, or proximity to holy places, or people, to produce specific results. The third group of symbols are those which enable you to connect with and harness energy. The symbol is like a light switch that can turn on power. The symbol itself does not possess any power of its own, but is used to access the power. Most of the symbols used in Reiki are kanji, written words which have symbolic meaning in some Buddhist traditions. The Reiki symbols are part of the third group and facilitate a connection with different aspects of Reiki energy. The symbols do not hold power. You will find that there are many different ways to draw a particular Reiki symbol, but they are all equally effective in connecting with Reiki. Instead of concerning yourself with the most effective variation of a symbol, it is better to focus on the intention and purpose of the symbol. The Reiki symbols represent aspects of healing and enlightenment. When someone who has received the Reiki Attunements visualizes, draws, or intones the names of any of the symbols, it can help them to connect with Reiki energy and activate the function and specific purpose the symbol represents. The distance attunements, which are provided as a part of this course, will activate within you an ability to work with different levels of Reiki through intention, as well as by consciously invoking the symbols. Although intention alone can activate the power connected with the symbols, you will want to ensure you study the meanings of each symbol. It is not necessary that you completely understand the meanings of the symbols before you begin using them, but a basic understanding will enrich your experience when using them. The symbols remind us that there are ways to focus on different aspects of the Reiki energy when used correctly in our Reiki practice. The method of becoming attuned, so you have the ability to use Reiki, has changed over the years from the way it was originally taught and practiced at the Japanese Reiki Society. Normally, you would meet weekly with fellow members and a master, have a lesson or lecture, and possibly practice or receive a Reiki session, after which you would do the Usui meditation, during which the master would give you and the other members Reiji-Ho, an empowerment, which helps to connect and deepen your connection to Reiki energy. Usually, this is done gradually, in accordance with your own personal development. Possibly after a period of around a year or more of this practice and study, you might be invited to learn the second level teachings. In the Hayashi Takata lineage, called Usui Shiki Ryoho, the symbols receive more importance. The system was set up to teach Reiki faster than the lengthy training in Reiki Ryoho. There was more emphasis on symbols and hand positions so that students could connect to Reiki in order to work in the Hayashi clinic before they developed the ability to sense the energy of clients. This is also likely why, similar to other traditions, an attunement process was developed in order to greatly accelerate the ability to work with universal energy. The Reiki masters that Madame Takata trained were taught with this emphasis on the symbols and were also sworn to secrecy about the Reiki symbols and other practices. This concludes Reiki Master Level, Symbology, and Reiki. Reiki Master Level, the Reiki Master Symbol. The Daikomyo in Usui Reiki is known as the Master Symbol. It is considered one of the most powerful symbols used in Reiki, and it can only be used by a Reiki master. This symbol combines the power of Choku-rei, Seihei-ki, and Onsha Zishonen. The Daikomyo symbol can access the highest vibration and can have a profound effect on the energetic aspects of the body-mind. Using this symbol can help to address imbalances that the soul is carrying that are ready to be transmuted. By healing first at this energetic level, the mental and physical aspects of the body-mind are then balanced as well. The Daikomyo symbol can also help to balance out energies that have been carried through inherited memory. The Daikomyo symbol represents the source of Reiki energy and can be translated as shining light or enlightenment. This symbol is used in Buddhism and is found written in Buddhist temples. Therefore, although it is sacred, it is not secret. There are variations of this symbol, and you can explore them to see which one resonates with you most. Remember that Reiki energy is very effective with or without the symbols. You can choose to use all 4 symbols in a session or none at all. Remember that these symbols are a tool to help you focus your energy. You will want to be familiar with the symbols, but do not want to rely on them. With time and practice, your energy will be focused with your intent, and the symbols will not need to be an integral part of your session. Dr. Usui created Reiki with the intention that it be easy to learn and simple to administer. Usui created few rules and wanted to keep Reiki straightforward and uncomplicated. Reiki can be flexible to meet the needs of both the practitioner and the recipients, but Reiki does not need additional rules. The Daikomyo symbol represents empowering the connection to the soul. It enables recognition and clarity about your true path in life. The Daikomyo master symbol is used in the attunement of others to Reiki. Once you are attuned to the energy connected to Daikomyo, you can use it for yourself and others each time you perform a Reiki session. The master-teacher attunement increases intuitive and psychic abilities and is said to work at a cellular level. The Daikomyo can also be a catalyst for creating dramatic change in one's career and life. The Daikomyo can also be used to help manifest your goals. You can do so by drawing, projecting, or intoning the symbol, and then visualizing what you intend to manifest into your life, with the intention that you will receive what is in your highest good. It is believed that disease originates first in the energy body. Reiki will help remove these blocks, restore energy and balance. This can contribute to healing on a physical, emotional, and mental level. It is believed that disease originates first in the energy body. Reiki will help remove these blocks, restore energy and balance. This can contribute to healing on a physical, emotional, and mental level. You may find that you use the Daikomyo frequently because it resonates at a high frequency and can have a positive effect in most situations. The Daikomyo can also be used for protection and to clear away negativity. You will want to take time to practice drawing this symbol. Please visit www.onlinereikicourse.com for additional resources regarding drawing this symbol. Ways to activate the master symbol. You can mentally beam a white Daikomyo through your hands as you work with a client. You can visualize a white Daikomyo on the palms of your hands before your session. You can draw the Daikomyo with your tongue on the roof of your mouth and project it on the back of your hands as you perform your session. You can draw the Daikomyo on your hands with your index finger before you begin your session, or you can draw the Daikomyo in the air and beam it in the direction of your hands. First, you will want to draw or project the Daikomyo symbol on your own hands, palms, and then draw or project the Daikomyo onto the recipient's crown chakra, areas that are symptomatic, and hands or palms. Remember that intention is key, so intoning the Daikomyo silently is just as effective as any other method of activation. Daikomyo can be translated as the Great Shining Light. Dr. Usui developed Reiki as a result of his experience on Mount Kurama. During his time there, Usui experienced an awakening, a moment of oneness to his true nature, and with that insight, he created Reiki. Although the most common definition of Reiki is universal life force, the kanji can also be translated to include universal life energy, or spirit coming together with us. In this translation, it can represent our oneness with all. This is Reiki. During the master level, you learn that the Daikomyo symbol represents love, light, and harmony. You'll begin to explore the concept that we are one with the Great Shining Light, the universal life force. The true understanding of this does not come about through the attunement or a paper certificate, but through realization. There is nothing you need to attain, there is no goal you must reach, just oneness. The Daikomyo is said to represent Source. Once you know the Daikomyo symbol, you can use it for any intention and in any place of all the other symbols. This is both because as a triune symbol it contains the other symbols, and because it will assist you in moving from relying on the symbols to being one with Reiki, the energy of life. You can use the Daikomyo in any situation you would want to use the other symbols. You can use the name of it to meditate while concentrating on the ultimate source of all. Embrace the great shining light and let it illuminate you. Then you will come to realize that you are yourself Reiki. There are a number of variations of the Daikomyo symbol. These variants were not taught by Dr. Usui and are not used by most traditional Reiki masters. You can choose the symbol that resonates most with you in your practice. As always, intention and understanding is the key. This concludes Reiki Master Level, the Master Symbol. Reiki Master Level, Non-Traditional Usui Reiki Master Symbols. There are a number of non-traditional Reiki Master Symbols available that you can use if you choose. If you feel intuitively drawn to these symbols, try working with them and decide based on your experience and your recipient's feedback. This symbol, Dumo, is pronounced Dumo. It represents the swirling fire of the Kundalini. Dumo or Dumo fire is the heat which ascends up the spine as the Kundalini awakens. Dumo is thought to be the catalyst of the sacred flame or Kundalini fire. It is said that Dumo works with the fire in the base root chakra. Those who use the Dumo claim that it can pull negative energy and disease out of a body, room, or situation. Those that practice with crystals report that it can be used with crystals so that they clear themselves. The Dumo is used in the attunement process in conjunction with the violet breath. There are a number of branches that use the Tibetan fire serpent before the attunement process and before a Reiki session. The snake-like coils of this symbol represent the Kundalini energy, coiled at the base of the spine and surging upward. The surging energy of the fire serpent symbol is thought to cleanse and connect the chakras. The fire serpent symbol opens the chakra system and balances them. This allows Reiki energy to flow freely into the person receiving the attunement. Typically, it is drawn down the back of the person receiving the attunement. Branches within the Reiki community use the Tibetan symbol Raku as a way to close the connection between the teacher and student at the end of the attunement ceremony. Some people use Raku at the end of the Reiki session to close the energy between the recipient and practitioner as well. Similar to a lightning bolt, the Raku symbol focuses and grounds Reiki energy. This symbol is also incorporated into the Tibetan Daikomyo and in an elongated form in the Tibetan fire serpent. The Raku symbol can also be used to help release negative karma and raise the student to a higher level of awareness during an attunement. This concludes Reiki Master Level, Non-Traditional Master Symbols. Reiki Master Level, the Hu Yin and Violet Breath. A Reiki attunement opens the natural energy channels in the body. After the attunement, the student will be able to channel Reiki energy more effectively. This heightened ability to channel Reiki is permanent and lasts a lifetime. The attunement does not make the student a healer. The student becomes a vessel for Reiki energy, which is the healer. The energy is drawn in by the recipient, directed by universal intelligence, and knows where, when, what, and how to heal. Because of the oral tradition and secrecy that surrounded traditional Reiki teaching, the attunement process and symbols used can vary from Reiki master to Reiki master. Keep in mind that this does not affect the power or effectiveness of the Reiki attunements. The recipient of the attunement should be relaxed, open, and have the desire and intention to receive the initiation. In order for a Reiki master to successfully attune others to Reiki, the master should also be relaxed, open, and have the desire and intention to attune others to Reiki, so their students can go on to share and use the gift of Reiki on themselves and others. The Reiki Attunement is straightforward and takes a few minutes to perform. Generally, the student can remove all jewelry, glasses, and shoes, but this varies depending on the Reiki Master's preferences. Some individuals argue that jewelry and metal can interfere with energy flow and that the metal holds energy. The removal of shoes is thought to assist in grounding during the attunement. The student will sit on a chair with their feet flat on the floor. Their hands are in front of their chest, palms together, in prayer position. It is important to remember that in the attunement process we are working with energy that is wisdom far beyond our understanding. So as a Reiki Master, you will be guided more by intuition than procedural guidelines. The Hui Yin and violet breath are generally not considered traditional Reiki techniques, but are commonly used. You have the choice to use them when passing attunements. Some people feel that the attunements are more powerful when using these techniques. The Hui Yin is a Qigong technique called the microcosmic orbit. When using this technique, your Qi and Reiki energy become a part of the attunement process. You can try using the technique and see what responses you receive from your students. The attunements you receive in this course are performed using these techniques. Please remember that your intention is key, so do not be concerned if you find it too difficult to use the Hui Yin and violet breath during your attunements on others. Many people find that adding the Hui Yin and violet breath complicate the attunement process, and that they lose focus when trying to do several things at once. It is more important to be relaxed and present, with your focus and intention on passing the gift of Reiki, rather than worrying about whether or not you have your tongue in the right place in your mouth, etc. The Hui Yin point is located between the anus and the genitals, and is the first point in the Ren Meridian, or conception vessel. It is also the meeting place of three important meridians, Ren, Du, and Chong, conception, governing, and penetrating. To perform this technique, the Hui Yin point is contracted and the tongue is placed against the soft palate behind the upper teeth. Some masters believe that when using the Hui Yin and violet breath during attunements, a special type of high-frequency energy enters the system and passes through the Hui Yin point, making this an even more powerful process. Some masters contract the Hui Yin the entire time they are performing the attunement to prevent the energy from escaping this area of the body. You can practice performing the Hui Yin during the entire attunement, as well as for part of it, to see which you prefer if you choose to use it. Dr. Mikao Usui did not use this process. If you are going to use the Hui Yin technique, you will want to practice in order to develop the muscular control needed to hold the point for lengthy periods of time. To develop this muscle, practice contracting the muscles in the area. This is similar to pelvic floor exercises and Kegels. Be sure you begin these exercises slowly and contract gently. Be sure not to strain and hurt yourself. You can practice contracting these muscles continuously as you go through your day. With practice, it will become easier, and you will find that you can hold these muscles for longer periods of time. The violet breath. In order to perform the violet breath, visualize a white mist surrounding you. Then, contract the Hui Yin point and place your tongue behind your upper teeth. Breathe in and imagine a white light coming down through your crown chakra, through your tongue, down the front of your body, through the Hui Yin point and up your spine to the center of your head. Imagine the white mist filling your head. Now visualize the white mist turning blue, then indigo, and watch the energy begin to swirl clockwise. As the mist rotates, imagine it turning to violet. Within the violet light, visualize the Dumo symbol as golden. Blow the Dumo symbol and violet breath into the student's chakras, including the crown chakra, where you will project the symbol moving into the base of the brain as you silently intone the name of the symbol. This concludes Reiki Master Level, Hui Yin and Violet Breath. Reiki Master Level, the Crown to Crown Attunement. The Crown to Crown Attunement is the simplest way to attune another person to Reiki. You will activate all Reiki symbols by projecting them above your student's head and stating or mentally intending to attune this individual to a specific level of Reiki. You will then allow the power and wisdom of Reiki to take over, allowing the attunement to run to completion. An example of the mental intention is, I call upon Reiki, the universal life force, to attune, insert recipient's name, to Reiki level 1 in the interests of their highest good. Once you activate the Reiki energy and the attunement by intention, either with or without consciously using the symbols, the energy will flow into your crown chakra and throughout your body, crossing over to the student's aura. The crown-to-crown attunement will run until it is completed, clearing blocks, opening channels, and connecting the energies, and permanently enabling the student to use Reiki. You will always want to intend that the crown-to-crown attunement be in harmony with the sole purpose and highest good of the recipient. Use your intuition to guide you on how long the crown-to-crown connection or attunement needs to be. To enhance the experience for the recipient, you can mentally intone specific intentions during the attunement. To do this, you will silently intone that the recipient's crown, third eye, heart, hands, eyes, throat, and feet chakras, and all other appropriate channels receive the ability to use and share Reiki, removing any blocks or impediments. Add that you intend their connection to Reiki to be permanent, uplifting, and inspiring, bringing new hope, energy, information, and healing abilities that will best serve them in their future Reiki practice. For the second-degree crown-to-crown attunement, you can intend that the recipient be able to use the second-degree techniques with or without symbols. For the master crown-to-crown attunement, you can intend that the recipient is attuned to the Reiki master teacher level, enabling them to teach and attune others to Reiki. You can add that you would like them to be able to develop their ability to attract others to Reiki, so they continue to spread the love, joy, and gift of Reiki, and connect with spiritual information and energy. With practice and personal development, you will move beyond simple verbalization and begin to internalize and perceive the attunement process on an energetic level. You may also become more aware of images, information about the recipient, and be able to sense the process of the attunement as it unfolds. Many recipients can also feel the stages and changes in the attunement ceremony as it progresses. Not everyone can feel energy, or will see or sense anything profound. In fact, they may only notice a subtle change during or after the attunement. Like a Reiki session, every recipient of the Reiki attunement has a unique experience that is perfect for them. There is no correct or incorrect way to experience Reiki. An attunement typically takes 10 to 15 minutes, though you may take longer to include additional healing work, clearing, or rebalancing for the recipient if you choose. When the attunement is complete, it will taper to a stop. The attunement is concluded with the intention of the connection between the sender and receiver being closed. You will want to set the intention of gratitude and appreciation and end the attunement. An example of the intention could be, with gratitude, the attunement is now complete. After the attunement, many Reiki masters wash their hands and also have the students wash their hands after the attunement to sever any remaining auric connection. Usually, this separation occurs naturally as the attunement ends, with or without direct intention or action. That concludes Reiki Master Level Crown-to-Crown Attunements. Reiki Master Level, preparing for the Reiki Attunement Ceremony. There are many different ways to perform Reiki attunements. They are all effective as long as the recipient is open and willing to receive the attunement. Your intention as the Reiki Master is clear, and you have the desire to pass on the gift of Reiki to your student. This is the simplest method used to pass on attunements. You can try this method, and if you like it and it resonates with you, you can adopt it as your preferred method of attuning others. Alternatively, you can read and practice the other examples shown and see which method you will use in your own courses. Remember, all methods will work. Intention is the key. Use the one that resonates and feels right for you and your students. Preparation and hygiene. During the attunement ceremony, you will come into close contact with your students. You will be touching their hands and shoulders and blowing the symbols into their chakras. It is important that you are clean. You will want to make sure that you shower, apply deodorant, brush your teeth, and if required, use a mouthwash. You will not want to apply perfumes or colognes that are strong, as they can be just as off-putting as body odor. You will want to avoid eating smelly foods that contain things like garlic, and avoid drinking alcohol. The room where the attunement is going to take place needs to be tidy, smell fresh, and is clear of any negative energy. You can use the Chokure or the Daikomyo symbol to clear the room of any negative energy before the attunement. The attunement ceremony can be a very moving experience, so ensure that you have a box of tissues handy just in case your students begin to cry with the emotion of the ceremony. You will need a straight back chair for the students to sit down on during the attunement. If you are attuning more than one student at a time, you will want to position the chairs in a circle. Make sure that you have enough room to move behind, around, and in front of each student. If the room or space is small and does not permit a circular pattern, then you can set the chairs up in a row. You will still need to allow space to move around each chair. If you do have the chairs in a circular pattern, you may prefer to have the chairs back to back so that the students are not facing each other. This prevents students from being tempted to open their eyes and watch you as you move around the group while performing attunements. You can set up the circle either way based on your own preferences. If the room is too small and you cannot fit all of your students into a circle or line, you will need to do the attunements in separate groups. You will want to keep the other students occupied by asking them to sit down in another room and meditate in preparation for their upcoming attunement. You may need to put on some music to help them relax while they wait for the attunement. Once the first group of students are attuned, you can switch groups and ask the recently attuned students to also meditate for a short period to reflect on their experience during the attunement ceremony. This keeps everyone focused on the attunement process. Ask the students to remove any jewelry and their shoes. Then ask the students to sit down on one of the chairs in preparation for the attunement. Make sure that the students are comfortable and that their feet are flat on the floor with their hands in front of their heart chakra in the prayer position. If their feet do not reach the floor when sitting upright in a chair, you can bridge the gap with cushions. Standing in front of the student, explain that you will begin the attunement shortly by asking them to close their eyes and take several deep breaths to help them relax. Continue by telling them that you will be moving around them throughout the ceremony, so they may sense you in front, behind, or to the side of them at various points in the attunement process. You will want to add that you will at certain times in the ceremony need to place your hands on the student's shoulders, and you will also touch and move their hands to different locations in line with various chakra locations. You will also explain that you will be blowing and tapping the symbols into their palms and specific chakra points. Reassure them by explaining that you will only touch their shoulders and hands, and that the rest of the time you will be blowing or projecting the sacred Reiki symbols into their chakras. Finally, you will explain that you will complete the attunement ceremony by grounding them and intoning a short thank you prayer. You are now ready to perform the attunement ceremony. Please refer to the attunement process in the following lectures to learn how to attune your students to Reiki level 1, 2, and master level. Once the attunement ceremony has been completed, it is beneficial to share and discuss these experiences of each student with the group if they are open to doing so. You can do this formally during the course, or you can do it during a smaller breakout session. Generally, in the breakout session, students are more relaxed and tend to be more willing to share their experiences. A good way to create a breakout session is to set up a breakout area in another room, conservatory, or garden if the weather permits. You can also offer the students a cup of tea or fresh juice or a healthy snack during this time. Once everyone is relaxed, you will find many of the students start talking about the experience themselves. If required, you can coax them along by asking them if anyone wishes to share the experience. This concludes Reiki Master Level, preparing for the attunement ceremony. Reiki Master Level, Reiki Attunements. In this lesson, we will look at how to attune your Reiki students. You'll want to prepare for the attunement and have your students sitting in a chair with their eyes closed and their hands in the prayer position, ready for the attunement. Step number 1, preparing yourself and your student. You will stand in front of your student approximately 2 to 3 feet away. Ask your student to close their eyes and raise their hands in the prayer position with their hands in front of their heart chakra. You will silently set a short intention. For example, I call upon Reiki, the universal life force, all the Reiki masters past, present, and future, especially Dr. Usui, Dr. Ayashi, and Madame Takata, to participate in this attunement ceremony. I ask that the power and wisdom of Reiki guides and assists me to pass on the gift of Reiki through this attunement to Usui, Reiki level 1, 2, or Master. I ask that this ceremony is an uplifting and inspiring experience for, insert the student's name, so that he or she can move forward as a confident and powerful Reiki practitioner. When you feel ready and can sense the Reiki energy around you, open your eyes. You will draw and intone the Daikomyo and Shoku-rei on your palms. Then you will draw and intone the Shoku-rei in front of your body, intending that your chakras open to receive Reiki. Then you will draw and intone Daikomyo, Shoku-rei, Seihei-ki, and Anshaza Shonen above the student, intending for the Reiki energy to fill the room. These symbols will be called on as needed during the ceremony. You're going to ask your student to take a deep, relaxing breath as they perform a silent invocation, opening themselves up to receiving the Reiki attunement. For example, I call upon Reiki, the universal life force. I am ready and open to receive the Reiki attunement. Give your student a few moments to complete the silent invocation. When you sense they are ready, you can continue. You will then ask your student to relax, follow your directions, and enjoy the experience of the Reiki attunement ceremony. Step number 2, opening your student up to receive Reiki. Now you will walk around counterclockwise to the back of your student. You will raise your hands in the prayer position in front of your heart chakra. Move closer to your student and place your non-dominant hand on your student's shoulder. If you choose to include the Hu Yin and violet breath in your attunement, you will do as follows. Place your tongue behind your top front teeth on the roof of your mouth and contract the Hu Yin to boost the flow of Reiki in and around your body. Please note, this technique is optional. You do not need to do this and it will not affect the success of the attunements. It is done in this course because this is the way I was taught during training. Many Reiki masters do not use this technique during the attunement ceremony. Try it, and if you like using it, you can continue to do so. If not, do not include it as a part of your attunement ceremony. Remember that intention is key. Step number 3, opening the student up to receive Reiki in their crown chakra. Standing behind your Reiki student, you will raise your dominant hand and hold it horizontally above your Reiki student's crown chakra. Draw a small Shoku-rei above the student's crown chakra to open up their crown center. Now you will place your cupped hands over the student's crown chakra and beam the 3 previously drawn Reiki symbols, Daikomyo, Anshaza Shonen, and Shoku-rei, into the student's crown chakra, filling their whole head with Reiki energy. Remember to silently intone the names of each of the symbols 3 times. Step number 4, opening the student up to receive Reiki in their third eye chakra. Standing at the right-hand side of the student, draw a small Shoku-rei over the student's third eye chakra. Now with your right hand a few inches in front of the student's third eye chakra, and your left hand a few inches behind the student's head, beam the 3 previously drawn Reiki symbols, Daikomyo, Anshaza Shonen, and Shoku-rei, into the student's third eye chakra, filling their third eye center with Reiki energy. Remember to silently intone the names of each of the symbols 3 times. Step number 5. Opening the student up to receive Reiki in their throat chakra. Standing at the right-hand side of the Reiki student, you will draw a small Shoku-rei over the student's throat chakra to open up their throat center. With your right hand a few inches in front of their throat chakra, and your left hand a few inches behind the back of the student's neck, beam the 3 previously drawn Reiki symbols, Daikomyo, Anshaza Shonen, and Shoku-rei, into the student's throat chakra, filling their throat center with Reiki energy. Remember to intone the names of the symbols 3 times. Step number 6, opening the student up to receive Reiki in their heart chakra. Move so you're standing in front of the Reiki student. Draw a small shoku-ray over the student's heart chakra to open up their heart center. Now, with your cupped hands side by side, thumbs together, facing your student's heart chakra, beam the 3 previously drawn Reiki symbols, Daikomyo, Anshaza Shonin, and Shoku-Rei, into the student's heart chakra, filling their heart center with Reiki energy. Remember to silently intone the names of each of the symbols 3 times. Step number 7, opening the student up to receive Reiki in their solar plexus, sacral, and root chakras, as well as the rest of the body. Standing in front of your Reiki student, you will leave your student's hands in the prayer position, step back slightly, and draw a small shoku-ray over the student's solar plexus, sacral, and root chakras to open up the remaining 3 energy centers. With your cupped hands side by side, thumbs together, facing towards your student's solar plexus, sacral, and root chakras, beam the 3 previously drawn Reiki symbols, Daikomyo, Anshaza Shonin, and Shoku-Rei, into the student's solar plexus, sacral, and root chakras, filling their 3 energy centers with Reiki energy. Remember to silently intone the names of each of the symbols 3 times. Next, you will beam the 3 previously drawn Reiki symbols into the student's arms, chest, abdomen, thighs, legs, and feet. Visualize Reiki energy filling every muscle, organ, tissue, and cell of their body. Remember to silently intone the names of each of the symbols 3 times. Step number 8, attuning the students to the symbols. Open the student's hands like a book and draw the symbols into the palms of their hands and tap 3 times. For level 1, you will be drawing the shoku-ray in both palms and tapping. For level 2, you will draw the shoku-ray and seihei-ki in both palms and tap 3 times. For the master level, you will draw the shoku-ray, seihei-ki, Anshaza Shonin, and Daikomyo and tap 3 times. You will then fold the student's hands back into prayer position. Step number 9, the violet breath. Standing in front of your Reiki student, you will place your hands around the student's hands and move them so that their fingertips are in line with their heart chakra. You will then blow the violet breath from the root chakra to the crown chakra. Step number 10, closing the ceremony. Standing in front of your student, you will take their hands and move them down so that they are resting in their lap. You will draw a large shoku-ray over the front of your Reiki student's body to ground their energy. Place your hands a few inches above their crown chakra within their auric field. Starting from the crown chakra, run your hands down both sides of their aura until you reach their feet. Touch the floor with both hands to complete the grounding and break the connection with the Reiki student. Finally, set an intention of gratitude to Reiki. For example, thanks be given to Reiki, the universal life force, Dr. Usui, Dr. Ayashi, and Madame Takata, as well as all Reiki masters past, present, and future, for taking part in this attunement ceremony. I ask that the power and wisdom of Reiki nurture and guide us from this point forward, empowering, insert the student's name, to be a powerful and confident Reiki practitioner. Allow as much time to pass as you intuitively feel necessary. Then say to the student, "You can now come back to full awareness in your own time, whenever you are ready," or "This concludes the first degree attunement," for example. At this time, you might ask the student to talk about the feelings, visions, or experiences that he or she had during the attunement. The discussion allows the student to process what has occurred and helps if he or she needs to validate that the attunement worked. If several people are being attuned, this sharing can be done after all have been completed. You may find it helpful to instruct the student, if they are a part of a group being attuned, to continue to keep their hands resting on their lap and close their eyes once more and go inside and relax while waiting for the attunement to be completed on their fellow students. This concludes Reiki Attunements in the Reiki Master level. Reiki Master Level, Distance Reiki Attunements. Although some Reiki Masters find distance attunements controversial, thousands of Reiki students who have received distance attunements have shown that they are just as effective as attunements received in person. Keep in mind that the distance attunements operate under the same principles as a Reiki distance session, so masters who are against distance attunements are questioning the principles that they themselves are teaching in Reiki Level 2. Distance attunements are ideal for people who are unable to travel, or attend a course, or who have an urgent need to become attuned to and use Reiki for personal healing, or because they would like to pursue a path in teaching and healing. In this day and age, where information is accessible from any part of the world, and our understanding of the flexible nature of time and space, it makes sense that distance attunements are becoming commonplace. Distance attunements allow Reiki to be spread around the world. All distance attunements should be conducted to the highest professional standards, with a strong emphasis on attention to detail. If you choose, you can set up your distance attunements through email, phone, a form, or your website. You can choose to attune all of your students to all 3 levels of Reiki at once using the combined Reiki 1, 2, and 3 distance attunement techniques. Or you can choose to offer individual distance attunements. Just as the Reiki symbols facilitate distance healing, which allow the Reiki practitioner to work with clients anywhere in the world, it is also possible for a Reiki master to perform the attunement ceremony to initiate students around the globe. Although distance attunements enable the recipient to practice Reiki, they must also make the commitment to read and assimilate the information provided in the course and manuals to ensure that they are working in accordance with the guidelines set out in the Usui method. It is also very important to practice Reiki on yourself and others in order to gain experience and a better understanding of the energy. Many motivated individuals have become competent Reiki practitioners and masters after receiving distance attunements. One example of the benefits of a Reiki distance attunement is when a non-Reiki individual or Reiki practitioner experiences a family emergency and they desperately want to help them but cannot get to that friend or family member due to logistics. The non-Reiki individual or Reiki practitioner can contact a Reiki master and request that they perform a distance attunement with the sick individual to Reiki Level 1 so that the sick individual can perform self-treatments to aid in any medical treatment. Because Reiki requires minimal training, the sick individual can be given simple instructions on where to place their hands, even if it is only on one location to perform a self-treatment. Reiki will always go where it is needed. Distance attunements reinforce the fact that all living things are connected and can communicate at a deep unconscious level. It is important to remember that whether a student is attuned through a distance attunement or in person, it is their responsibility to create their Reiki practice, to study and evolve as a Reiki practitioner or master. A student's intention to be attuned and work with Reiki is, as always, the key to success. If, as a master or teacher, you decide to provide distance attunements, there are a few things you can do to enhance the experience. You will decide on the method you will use to conduct the distance attunement, either through direct transmission or a surrogate. With the recipient, agree upon an acceptable date and time in advance to perform the distance attunement. If possible, the recipient should be in a receptive state and ready to receive the attunement, though it is not absolutely necessary that the student be paying attention or even be awake to receive the distance attunement. Request that the recipient either lies or sits down in a comfortable position. Most individuals will enjoy the experience more if they set aside the time and find a quiet place to receive the attunement. They may find it helpful to have their eyes closed and hands resting on their lap, palms facing upwards, or held in a praying position. You will want to remind the recipient that receiving the distance Reiki attunement is only a part of the process. They must commit time and practice to learn and master the techniques. Reiki is an intuitive practice, but studying the material thoroughly gives intuition a starting point. During the distance attunement, you can recommend that the recipient listens to some relaxing music. The most common challenge when performing distance attunements is helping the recipient understand that we all experience Reiki in different ways. Just like an in-person Reiki session is experienced differently by each person, everyone will experience the distance attunement ceremony differently. Some of the most common experiences are as follows: seeing past lives, feeling cold or heat, seeing colors or images, hearing sounds or voices, seeing spirit guides, past masters, sensing other people or energy, and becoming emotional. There is no right or wrong way to experience the attunements, and this is just the beginning of your journey with Reiki. Not everyone will have a dramatic experience, and some individuals may have difficulty sensing Reiki energy during the attunement. In order to receive the best experience during an attunement, both you and your student should set the intention to be connected to Reiki energy and be relaxed and open. There are a number of ways of performing a Reiki distance attunement. The direct intention method. This method involves you connecting energetically with the recipient through cords of white light and allowing the attunement to run through that connection. This method is generally recommended where you are in the same room as the recipient, but they are not able to participate in a typical in-person attunement. An example of this would be in the case of a very sick person. You may visit them and it is not practical to attune them while they are lying ill in a hospital bed, but they would like to be able to work with Reiki by conducting self-treatments. In this example, you could use the crown-to-crown attunement and set the intention that the recipient has the ability to perform self-treatments every time they place their hands on their body or think about Reiki energy. Direct intention using a surrogate. You can combine the direct intention method with the use of a surrogate, such as a teddy bear, your legs, etc., and give the attunement in person to the surrogate while intending that it go to the recipient. With technology, we can use tools such as Google Maps to help us visualize the connection to the distance Reiki recipient. For example, if the Reiki master who will perform the distance attunement lives in Sedona, Arizona, and the student of the distance attunement, for example, lives in Dublin, Ireland, you can log in to Google Maps and visualize your journey across time and space to reach the recipient's house in the Dublin area in general, or you could be even more specific and type in the address of the recipient and use where available Google Street View to help visualize the exact location of the recipient. Now you can see the exact location where the Reiki student will be during the distance attunement. You can imagine yourself leaving your location and traveling across time and space to be in the same location or room with the Reiki student. Another method would be to ask the power and wisdom of Reiki to allow and guide you to connect with the recipient across time and space. Imagine Reiki creating the connection and transporting you to the recipient's home so you are in the room with them. You could then ask Reiki once the attunement is completed to transport you back home to your current location and close the connection. How the recipient should prepare for the attunement ceremony. There are a few things the recipient should do in order to prepare for the distance attunement that will help to enhance their experience. You should provide guidance to your students so that they are ready and open to receive the distance attunements. The recipient should prepare as follows. They should have an agreed and scheduled date and time which is convenient for you both, when they will be able to take at least 30 minutes to sit down in a comfortable chair and relax without being disturbed. The recipient should ensure that the temperature of the room that they have selected to use for the distance attunement is comfortably warm so they can relax. The recipient could also burn candles or incense to help clear the room of any negative energy and create the right mood. The recipient can play appropriate relaxing music during the attunement. They should wear loose-fitting clothing and remove all jewelry if possible. The recipient should try to avoid junk food, stimulants, and alcohol for at least 24 hours prior to the attunement. These substances can dull our senses and affect how we perceive the attunement. The recipient should approach the attunement with an open mind. It is important that the recipient's intention is to be open to receive the attunement. Reiki is always in the best interest of the recipient and safe. The recipient should relax, let go, and enjoy the experience. The recipient does not need technology to receive the attunement, such as a computer or phone. Just as it is in person, the attunement is sent using intention and the Reiki symbols. The recipient should sit down, be prepared and ready for the attunement at least 5 minutes before the agreed upon time. The recipient should have their eyes closed, be focused on their breathing, and silently set an intention such as I, insert the name, ask Reiki energy to connect me with my Reiki master and participate in this sacred attunement ceremony. I am ready, open, and willing to accept the Reiki attunements. At the end of the attunement, the recipient should take the time they need to return to full awareness and then wash their hands in cold water, as well as drink a glass of cold water to ground them and close the connection to the Reiki master, performing the distance attunement. How to perform a Reiki distance attunement. Step number 1, agree on the date and time with the recipient. Step number 2, decide on the method you will use to connect with the recipient. You may choose to print the image of the recipient, their home or location. Step number 3, be ready at least 5 minutes before the agreed time with relaxing music playing in the background. Take a few moments to connect with the Reiki energy and draw in the energy and symbols you will be working with during the distance attunement. Step number 4, silently set an intention. For example, I call upon Reiki, the universal life force, all the Reiki masters, past, present, and future, especially Dr. Usui, Dr. Hayashi, and Madame Takata, to participate in this sacred distance attunement for, insert student's name. I ask that the power and wisdom of Reiki create this connection and guide me by allowing our energies to connect across time and space, so I may pass on the gift of Reiki through the attunement of, insert student's name, to Usui Reiki level 1, 2, and 3. I ask that this ceremony is an uplifting and inspiring experience for, insert student's name, so that, insert student's name, can move forward as a confident and powerful Reiki master. As you look down at the surrogate, visualize being connected and transported across time and space so that you are in the same location with your student. Depending on which level of attunement you are performing, visualize yourself in front of the recipient and grow through the entire process in your mind, or perform the physical actions on the surrogate using the techniques detailed previously. At the end of the attunement, you should ask the power and wisdom of Reiki to close the connection between you and your student and ask Reiki to return you to your current location. Conclude the ceremony with a short thank you prayer and wash your hands in cold running water, as well as drink a glass of cold water to ground yourself and close the connection between yourself and the recipient. This concludes Reiki Master Level, performing distance attunements. Reiki Master Level, Psychic Surgery. We all have dormant abilities inside ourselves that are waiting to be awakened. The ability to heal ourselves and each other is one of these abilities. Doing so is a simple matter of claiming your power and developing the skills and ability to use it. Psychic surgery is a tool that allows you to take charge of your inner power and use it to heal. The main reason people are not in optimum health is because they consciously and subconsciously create blocks to the flow of life force energy within themselves. These blocks usually consist of memories, beliefs, and emotions that are not aligned to the person's optimal health. These blocks are usually created because of confusion about how to get one's needs met in a healthy way. Blocks to life force energy usually take on a particular shape and lodge themselves in or around the organs of the body, in the chakras, or the aura. These negative energy blockages can cause health problems as well as other difficulties in life. Once they are removed, the life force energy returns to its normal healthy flow, and the person's health is restored. Psychic surgery can be used to release these negative energy blockages. The process can assist in the healing of any problem or difficulty, including emotional difficulties, relationship problems, addictions, spiritual problems, as well as physical health problems. It must be kept in mind that if the person has a physical or psychological problem, it is important for you to advise them to see a relevant healthcare provider and let them know that you will work in conjunction with regular medical or psychological care. Psychic surgery can be done as a part of a Reiki session on others, and it can also be performed by you on yourself. The first step is to give the cause of the problem an identity. This will allow the client and practitioner to focus directly on the cause and release it. Giving the problem an identity can be very healing in itself, as it allows one to bring the cause into awareness where it can be dealt with. This involves finding the location of a block and deciding what it looks like. Ask the client to think about the issue that they would like to have healed. Note that it is not necessary for them to tell you what the issue is, just for them to think about it. This can be very helpful for many clients, as some issues are so sensitive that the client may not want anyone to know about them. Ask the client to close their eyes and think of the issue. Ask them, if the cause of this problem were to exist in a part of your body, which part would it be in? This is often easy to answer, as the client will feel tension or pain in an area of the body whenever they think of the issue. If they have difficulty in choosing an area, just ask the client to guess and reassure them that there is no wrong answer. Ask the client to imagine that they are looking into the area that they have chosen, and ask them, if the cause of this problem had a shape, what shape would it have? This could be any shape. Whatever shape they choose is acceptable. If a physical organ is what needs healing, the cause will not look like the organ, but will be a shape attached to or close to the organ. Or it may be located elsewhere in the body or even in the aura. Sometimes there is more than one location, and if this is the case, it is important to work with where the client feels is the most important location first, and then deal with the other locations one at a time if they are still present after the initial treatment. Then ask the client, if this shape had a color or colors, what would they be? Then ask about its texture, how heavy it would be. If it made a sound, what sound would it make? Or what would it say if it had a voice? Remember that any answer is okay, and they don't have to be able to answer all of these questions. After the client answers some or all of your questions, the cause will now have an identity that the client will be consciously aware of. This gives the client something to focus on and allows you to monitor their progress with each session. Ask the client if they are willing to completely let go of the cause and be healed. Tell the client that you are going to send the problem to a higher power. Ask them to focus on the shape and concentrate on releasing it. Also, ask them to acknowledge and be willing to learn any lessons or receive any information necessary for the healing to take place. Now that you've established an identity, the client may be seated or lying on a Reiki table. Move behind the client and draw the power symbol on the palm of both of your hands and activate them by saying its name 3 times and tapping each palm with the index and middle finger of the other hand. Draw a large power symbol down the front of the client's body and activate the symbol by silently intoning the name of the symbol 3 times. Now draw a power symbol on each of your client's chakras to empower them, activating each of them by once again intoning the name of the symbol 3 times. Extend your Reiki fingers, which will be used in the psychic Reiki surgery. This is done by grabbing hold of the fingers and thumb on your dominant hand with your other non-dominant hand and imagining that they are made of toffee. Stretch them to about 12 or 18 inches. Breathe in as you do this several times. Then draw and activate the power symbol on each of the extended fingers, and as you tap them, affirm that they are extended and have substance. Do this with both hands. Move your hands around and imagine you can feel these extended fingers and the healing power they contain. Psychic surgery is done with your full focus and intention. It is done knowing that Reiki is all-powerful and that the session will be a success. Say a prayer to yourself and ask that the healing take place within divine love and wisdom so that the highest good is created for all concerned. Ask the client to focus on the location of the blockage and be willing to let it go unhealed. Draw a power symbol over the area where the block is located. With the full strength of your being, imagine reaching inside the body of the client and grab the negative energy with your extended fingers, pulling it out and releasing it to the ground to transmute and disappear into the earth. Use your intuition to guide you regarding the way that you pull it out. Breathe in as you pull the blockage out, and breathe out as you release the energy to the earth. Repeat this process as many times as you feel is necessary, and feel for any changes in the area. Allow yourself to be guided, and try different techniques as you progress. The client may notice and be able to tell you of any changes that they observe during or after the process. Check back with the client and ask them to describe the shape. Often, the shape will have changed, reduced in size, or be gone entirely. Heal the area then with Reiki to fill the now empty location with light. Step back and make a movement similar to a karate chop to sever the connection between you and the client when you have finished. Retract your extended fingers by pushing them back into their normal size while making a blowing sound. You can follow this with a full hands-on Reiki session if you have time. If there is any resistance and you find that despite your best attempts the shape has not changed, then it may be that the block has a lesson connected to it that must be communicated to the client before it can be released. Draw the mental-emotional symbol, Seihai Ki, over the area where the blockage is located and focus on it with Reiki energy until it becomes apparent to the client what needs to be done before healing of that issue can occur. This technique works. It is powerful and is easily learned by anyone willing to take the time to try it. All of our problems are within our ability to solve, and it is important to realize that there is always a higher purpose for everything in our lives. What we consider a problem may actually be an opportunity to learn and grow. Using inner guidance and developing new techniques that allow us to tap more deeply into our innate healing abilities is an important part of our growth process as spiritual healers and human beings. This concludes Reiki Master Level Psychic Surgery.
An advanced technique. Accessing different levels of consciousness. By now, you've spent time practicing Reiki on yourself and likely others. You've heard positive feedback from your recipients and are gaining confidence. One of the wonderful things about Reiki is that although it is simple, it is very profound. This lesson will show you how you can use an existing tool, the Shoku-rei symbol, in an advanced technique to help work with clients on a deeper level. As your understanding of life and energy deepens, so will your practice. You will notice that many Reiki masters create new systems of Reiki as their own awareness expands. In reality, the Reiki energy was always there, and the power and wisdom of Reiki did not change. It is the understanding of the practitioner that shifted. This is to remind you to go within when you're feeling called to take your awareness to the next level. Rather than trying to find a new method or system to quench your craving, come back to the fundamental lessons in Reiki and look inside yourself. Every single imbalance that we have can be effectively addressed through introspection. We're beginning to understand that our perception creates our reality. For more resources regarding this notion, please visit the External Resources section of this lecture. Practitioners inevitably ask, if I am the projector of my own reality, why is my world not the way I wish it to be? One reason is because more personal work is needed to clear away the subconscious programming. This can be done through Reiki sessions and meditating on the 5 principles. Another reason is because we are operating within a set of parameters we've agreed to in our society and as a species. Although there are many individuals who operate outside of these boundaries, for example, people who no longer need to eat, or individuals who can break the laws of physics at will, the majority of us, for the time being, are playing in the same ballpark. This consensus allows us all to play together so that we can grow and learn while enjoying the game of life. In your practice, however, You may find the need to break out of that set of agreed-upon rules from time to time to help the recipient engage in healing that they would not otherwise be able to do under the standard operating procedures in this reality. As you recall in Level 2, the Shoku-rei symbol is seen as an amplifier. It's used to increase power during a Reiki session, as well as to activate the other symbols. In the non-traditional symbols section in your manual, the reverse Shoku-rei is illustrated. You'll notice that the spiral of the reverse Shoku-rei is clockwise. Where the traditional Shoku-rei is thought to discreate and release dissonant energy, the clockwise Shoku-rei is thought to bring in resonant energy. If you view the 3D version of the Shoku-rei spiral, it can be seen as shown. Spirals are seen throughout nature, within and outside of ourselves. Spin can create what's known as a torsion field. These fields are thought to transmit energy and information. As applied here, these torsion fields have the capacity to create a paradigm shift, which could lead to greater consciousness and awareness. As physics proves that multitudes of possibilities exist in potential, we are understanding that our perception collapses those possibilities into a single outcome. Using the power symbol in 3D, with this understanding, gives the recipient's body-mind the option to access different levels of their awareness, which will then help them to create a different reality. There is much research being done regarding spirals, vortexes, and torsion fields. Feel free to explore. The technique is as follows. Once you're centered and have the recipient relaxed, you can ask them to focus on their breath, and you ensure you are breathing smoothly and deeply while remaining comfortable. You will perform a complete Reiki session. Whenever you feel called to, you will visualize a 3D Shoku-rei over the recipient's body in the place that feels appropriate. Trust that Reiki energy will guide the Shoku-rei to the place it needs to be. You may find more than one Shoku-rei spinning at a time. Allow them to continue to spin in the direction that they choose for as long as the recipient requires. With your understanding that these fields can help the recipient shift into a higher level of awareness, while releasing energy, beliefs, and memories at lower levels, you can set the intention for the symbols to continue to spin until the healing that the recipient is ready for at this time is completed. You can close the session as you normally would. You'll want to briefly explain to your recipient that they may feel shifts in their beliefs and awareness, and to be open to the changes. Remind them that their body is choosing what beliefs to release for their highest good. You can also ask them to take some time the following week to be quiet and meditate for 10 to 15 minutes each day, or simply focus on their breath. You may want to practice using this technique on yourself initially to get a sense of how using the 3D Shoku-rei feels. Then, when you feel ready and called to, you can work with others. As your awareness deepens, so will your understanding of how perception impacts reality. This awareness will help you work with clients at a deeper level. I found this technique to be very powerful and positive in my practice. I hope you find this to be a meaningful tool as well. This concludes the lecture. In this quick tutorial, I will show you how you can write your Reiki Level 1, 2, and Master Teacher Final Quiz. So you're going to go to the link in the resources section of this lecture, and then you are going to click Enroll for Free. You're going to enter your name exactly as you would like to see on your certificate. Please make sure there are no errors, as this name that you use is what your certificate will be populated with. Sign up. And you will now complete your Reiki Master quiz. Once you select your correct answer, you will click on the check button at the bottom right-hand side of the screen to move to the next question. Once you have clicked the check button, you will click Next at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. If you got more than 2 questions incorrect, you will want to retake your quiz, and you can do so at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. There is a button you can click. If you got less than 2 questions incorrect, you can click Next to retrieve your certificate and complete the quiz. And click Next. You will now have the option to generate your certificate, and you'll click Get. And here's your certificate. You can download by clicking Download PDF or download print quality PDF. I would download both of them. You can also save electronic versions. You can save your certificate to your LinkedIn profile or your email signature. So I'm going to click Download, and then I'm going to download it to my computer. I'm going to save it. This would go, if I save it this way, it'll go to my downloads folder. Otherwise, I can open it in Acrobat and then click File, Save As, and go to a folder. So there is how you retrieve your certificate. Congratulations on completing the course.
Reiki Master Level. Master Level Conclusion. Congratulations, you've completed Usui Reiki Levels 1, 2, and Master Level. This is the beginning of an exciting new journey for you. Where you end up is entirely up to you. Now, you should be familiar with the symbols used in Reiki as well as their uses. You should feel comfortable with performing Reiki sessions on yourself and others, in person and from a distance. And you now have many tools to help you center yourself before sessions or in times of stress. You should also be ready to perform attunements and start developing your own Reiki courses. Please be sure to visit our student area at www.onlinereikicourse.com to explore additional resources you may find useful as you continue your practice. It has been my pleasure to work with you, and it is my hope that you keep in touch. Our Facebook group is very active, and you are welcome to join us. This concludes Reiki Master Level.